Hey, gunhead. Yep, sweet as, bro. Excuse me. Shout out to the chaos crew. Hey, gunhead, Jamie, Trevor, what is going on, legends? All right, legend. Yeah. Good positive vibes your way, legend. YouTube, it's true. All right, who else we got here? Gunhead, Trevor, Jamie, Mr. Devil, JD, Cunning Linguistics. Thank you again for the book. Vandal. And yeah, that's everyone. Let's go. What's everyone up to anyhow? Hey, Michelle, sorry. Legend, my bad. Yeah, that's it. Don't forget to smash that like button on your way in the door, legends. So Gunny, I'm not sure if you're still here, but if you are, so we won't have an issue with the microphone anymore because I have turned the microphone off on my camera while we stream. Let's go. Now there's 20. We've got 20 watching. Oh my God, you chopped me up? Just chopped up Biff in time. Oh my God. What'd you do to me? Joking. Obviously know what you mean. What's everyone up to anyway on this Thursday night? Haven't heard from Rebecca yet. Oh look, I'm sure. It will actually be interesting when I go back to Paul Punker. Actually, it'd be interesting to see what happens there. Quietly, just quietly. Hear that? That was my alarm. I've got to set alarms because I have a bad memory, and that was my alarm that says you're 5 minutes late for your live. Hurry up. Work as usual, that's the way. John Casali, what's going on, legend? Kevin Palmer, what's going on? What's going on, Kevin T? G'day, room, just chilling out. That's the way. That is the way. This is me. I'm writing a message to my guide for my my next Melbourne video, and this is literally what I just wrote. Oi mofo, gather the army. I'm coming tomorrow. Sent. Just so he's. No, hang on. Can't do that. Wait. Oh, look what I just got back. I wrote, oi mofo, gather the army, I'm coming tomorrow. Look what message I just got back. Done, lad. Oi, I can tell you guys right now, this is a video that everyone's gonna want to see. It's gonna be epic, to say the least. And I'm choosing my words wisely by saying epic. Yeah. Let's go. Oi, Joy, what's going on? Hey, Joy, is your dad in the chat? Ask your dad if you got my Discord message I sent him earlier. I write YouTube, it changes it to iTunes. Oh, really? Oh, maybe that's just on your phone, like autocorrect or something like that. Because I can tell you something right now that there's no way in hell that like it would be autocorrect on Google. Like obviously YouTube is Google, and there's no way in hell that they are going to have another name. I know what I'm trying to say. And anyway, they're the smartest, biggest like tech gurus in the world. So like I would hope that it's just for your phone. Oi, ACAB, what's going on? I'm not sure if you guys know, but even if your name, it does not mean that. But that's a saying that was very synonymous with the bike club world in the early days, and it stands for all cops are bastards. So welcome in ACAB, Boomerang Girl, what's going on? Robbie, what's going on, legend? Jonesy, in case I didn't say g'day before. Oh yeah, sweet as. Forever flat, I am mad. Douche, have a look, brother. I hate auto. Do you know what? Oi, if you've got autocorrect on your phone, type in this, right? So if you type in what is it? It's a vodka brand, Smirnoff. So if you've got autocorrect on your phone, guys, to try typing this. So I don't mean there's a difference between autocorrect and interpretive text, right? So if it's autocorrect, if you type in Smirnoff, I promise you the word poisoned comes up. And the reason I know this is because I had alcohol poisoning one day, and I was in the Heidelberg hospital, and I messaged my mum because my mum was messaging me saying, like, where are you? You didn't come home last night. And I'm like, I am in hospital right now because I have been alcohol poisoned. And I swear I have been alcohol poisoned from Smirnoff. And it said I have been alcohol poisoned from poisoned. I was like, what the hell? And then, I figured out that when you go to type in Smirnoff on autocorrect, it says poisoned. Oi, Crims at large. What's going on, legend? Welcome in. MCM, what's going on? Oh, yeah, happy birthday, Jonesy. It's my birthday in 2 days. It's my birthday on Saturday. It's my son's birthday on Monday. He's turning 18. He can't wait. Oi, Brett Stevens made it. I seen your comment before. Thank you, legend, and you made it. You're here. Alcohol poisoning sucks really bad. Do you know what? I've only ever had it once, right? And like, I'll be 100% transparent with everyone, like I always am. I was using recreational drugs as well at the time, and so we actually had Smirnoff Blue Label. I think it's not the same as the other one. Like, I know Smirnoff's usually red. It was like some expensive Smirnoff, and so, like, well, transparency as well. So they were stolen bottles from a bottle shop, and we ended up with heaps of them. And we bought them off the person that stole them. We didn't steal them. And yeah, I just drank way too much. And here's the truth, right? So I was mixing vodka and Red Bull as well. I don't know. I believe that's got a name, but yeah, I just drank way too much, and because I was drinking, and in the end, right, I was fucking three sheets to the wind and absolutely legless, and so I was just being a hero and drinking it straight out of the bottle, and oof, yeah. Cops telling me they're in the chat. Look, it wouldn't. Do you know what? It doesn't even. It does not even worry me as long as they're not coming in here starting trouble. I really don't care. As a matter of fact, I know for a fact that there's a couple of cops that have told me now that they watch my channel, and for me, like, you've got to imagine that's a big shift to have them like following me because I've committed crimes to following me on YouTube. It's a massive shift, and yeah. Well. Here's the truth as well. Like, just because there's cops in the chat doesn't make this chat any different. And I think any ex-criminal that does YouTube, TikTok, any type of social media would be tripping if they think that any of their old enemy cops don't watch their shit to try and watch one little slip up for that one little thing they couldn't get him for 10 years ago, you know? Yeah, 100%. And you'd be absolutely tripping balls to think that's not going to happen. I've even said to you guys before, like 2024, October, maybe November, October, November. Anyway, I had every single one of my devices taken off me, everything. So every single device, every phone, my PCs, my laptops, my tablets, everything. They even took batteries that looked like devices, they said, because they thought that they were hard drives. And yeah, and they took all my shit because, and like I said to him, I go, what the fuck do you think you are going to find on my YouTube? Like, let's be honest here. Yeah. But your fans, look, I make it quite clear. I'm an ex-criminal. I'm an ex 1% bikie. Do you know what I mean? I spent most of my adult life in prison, and like, yeah, I'd be tripping if I was to try and believe that cops didn't watch my shit, you know? And here's the truth. Here's the truth. Like, and absolutely, I've got nothing to worry about. I am not in one, even a percentage of a 1%. I am not even involved. I don't even associate with one criminal anymore. So obviously I have close friends that I've had my whole life that, right, that have done the same as me. They're not criminals anymore, they're ex-criminals. I literally do not associate with one criminal. Fact. Michelle McGovern, look, I've got nothing to hide. Do you know what I mean? Why would I block them? I've got nothing to hide. Like I said, if they're not here starting shit on my page, I really don't care. If they're here starting shit on my page, you can fucking guarantee that they're going to get blocked. And a big fuck you on the way out the door. Do you know what I mean? But until that time happens, do you know what I mean? This is why the Chaos Chronicles, and this is why everyone loves the Chaos Chronicles, because if you are respectful and that is basically all it takes. Do you know what I mean? If you are respectful, you are absolutely welcome here on my chat. And I don't care. And like I said, you'd be absolutely tripping to think that they weren't watching anyway. Fuck yeah, stay clean. Do you know what? I am almost 6 years clean from hard drugs, which is massive. Do you know what I mean? And so, yeah, we'll be. So I got locked up on the 24th of November 2020, and I was released around the same date, 2021. And I have not touched any hard drugs since the day I was released from prison, 2021. Let's go. Oosh. And shout out to all my ex-addicts in the chat that are here in the chat. Shout out to yous that are still living every day sober. As a matter of fact, I have just released a couple of t-shirts. I will chuck a couple of images up on the screen now. So this is one of my t-shirts. So should come up now. So this is the t-shirt, right? Now a lot of people have said, "Whoa, that's a bit how you going?" Well, that's exactly right. So it says ex-addict, obviously ex-crook, full-time survivor, zero apologies. So that is actually available now on my Fourth Wall merchandise store, and I have that in a multitude of colors, the colors of the shirt that is. And yeah, so that's one of them. Give me a sec, I'll show my other one. So it's called my Survivor series, and obviously there's a lot of survivors in the chat here. I know there's a lot of people that will resonate. Maybe some people aren't as upfront as I am, and I respect that too. So, which is why I created this other one, which isn't as in your face as the other one. And that says, rock bottom wasn't the end. It was the starting war for a war I won. And obviously, do you know what that means? You know, that means that, you know, we've all been at rock bottom, and, you know, rock bottom wasn't the end. It was the starting line for a war, and a war that I won. And yeah, I'm actually really, really stoked to have those merchandise. And yeah, you can grab that on my Fourth Wall merchandise store. I do have links in my bio, in my channel, on my channel page. So yeah, I'm actually really I love my new merchandise. So yeah, I think it's important too. Oh yeah, so they also have, they do have my new like Chaos Chronicles logo with the like cartoon character on the sleeve, and then on the back, like massive, is my original Chaos Chronicles logo. I'll chuck it up here for those of you that don't know what that is. Oh, well, that's no fucking good, is it? Hang on. This one should, yeah, there you go. So that's what it has on the back. that's my original logo, which is still my logo. That'll never ever change. Yeah. Oi, Flower Lips, what's going on, legend? Crazy Dave, what's going on, legend? And anyone else that I have missed while I've been talking. How bad was it when prison stopped selling tobacco from the canteen? Fuck. Like, and you know what? It was a dangerous place to be as well. And I don't think I've ever done a video actually on how dangerous it was. So you've got to imagine, right? So when they stopped cigarettes in prison, you've got to understand the cigarettes, other than coffee, were the only vice that you are legally allowed to have, and people really, really took to cigarettes when they go to prison. Obviously, you can imagine. And so, obviously, when they stopped, so they literally, this is what happened. It was like I still remember, if I remember the date, it was the 15th of May, 2015, when they stopped the cigarettes, if I remember correctly, because everyone knew for 2 years prior that was the date where there was going to be no more smoking. And yeah, so it was literally smoking one day, no smoking the next day. And although they were supplying nicotine patches, and people were just turning those into cigarettes with green tea or normal tea and soaking them in the nicotine patches. As a matter of fact, a couple of people died from smoking what we called tobacco. Oi, Mark Badoos. No message on anything? On Discord, bro. On Discord. Yeah, no, definitely. I'm looking at it right now, brother. So I had to double check then, because sometimes I'm fucking stupid and forget to press send. But no, yeah, no, definitely. Yep, definitely there. Definitely there. Oi, thank you, Trevor, you bloody legend. So this is my merchandise. So the fourth wall one. So all right, I'll tell you what all the links are here, so they don't look like. So the first one here is my Twitter, which I never use. I don't know, but anyway. Then we've got my bonfire there, which is my first merchandise store that I started with, and then the second one here, the Biff DPH shop fourth wall. That's my newest merchandise store where we have everything. So, yeah, well, actually, we have these on the um, original bonfire merch store, and the merchandise which I just showed you is on the fourth wall one. Checked on mine. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I don't know, but I promise you, like, I am looking at it right now, brother. So yeah, oi Jai, yeah, let your dad know it was like sent from my Chaos Chronicles Discord account. It's the only account I have on Discord, and yeah, I am looking at it right now. Tobacco pouches, stick to the kettle and heat up the patch, then scrape the patch, then rub the glue in the tea. I mean, yeah, that was one of the ways, and then so there was a lot of other ways that we figured out. So what we would do would kind of like, well, what I would do is like, say for instance, like at the start, they would give you your whole week's nicotine patches, and so I hated the shit, but I came up with this idea. So what I did was I made a box out of my nicotine patches, so a cube, should I say. I made a cube, and then I would fill that tobacco, I would fill it to the brim full of tea, and then I would put that inside. You know, sometimes when you would get like at Port Phillip, I'm talking about, you'd get some desserts and you'd get them in one of those round plastic Chinese containers. Sometimes you'd get the square ones, sometimes you wouldn't. Anyway, I'd put it inside that, and then I'd put it inside the microwave, and I'd fucking fry it. And yeah, and then all the fucking glue would. I don't know why people would do it. It was absolutely disgusting. And anyone that's been locked up since 2015 will tell you what it smells like when you walk into a fucking unit and all you can smell is tea, like smoked tea. And there's just something that's, yeah. Oi, thank you, Karen. I love them. I love my new t-shirts. I actually just had them up on the screen. So I've ordered a couple for myself, and yeah, I love this thing so much. I would have to say this is one of my favorite pieces out of all the shit I've bought for the studio. I fucking love this so much. I reckon it's so funny. The complaints department. And if you have a look, I love it. It's because the pin is like literally, I mean, obviously it's like you can take it out, but it's like in there hard. It's like all the way out, you know what I mean? And it says complaints department, take a number. I fucking love that. I think it's fucking insane. Now, before you haters, as we were saying before, Victoria Police probably watch my page. That is a 3D printed hand grenade. That's not a real one, yeah? I can't stress enough that that is not real. So in other words, if you make a complaint, take a number, bang. Bon voyage. Gotta go, sorry. So bad. But funny one, if that makes sense. Probably not, but he was a funny character. Oh, Chopper was a dog, and Alan and Williams. So here's the truth. I actually, every single video I've ever posted on any one of those characters, I have made that quite clear. If I'm honest, Michelle, it kind of feels like that you've come in here to pick a fight with me. I don't know what it is, but like, it's like, you know, it's, yeah, I don't know. Just chill. We're all friends here. But yeah, I have never, ever tried to make it sound any different in any way. Chopper Reed, well, although there's no proof that Chopper Reed was a police informant, it is a fact. Dennis Allen, that's a completely different story. There is actually evidence that Dennis Allen was a police informant. And Carl Williams, I mean, the guy got taken out because he was a fucking rat. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not I'm not on the sides of these snitches by any means. Okay, well, respectfully, just chill. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah. July the 1st was the smoke ban. Damn, I was fucking close. I smoked tobacco with crushed nicotine lodges and tea used with Bible paper. 100%. So that's something that still goes on now. And oi, thank you, Gadosh, for the super duper. And just worried about people from a bike club now. There's cops in the chat. Why would you be worried though? Why, like, be honest. Why would you be worried if there was cops in the chat? Do you know what I mean? People aren't coming on here in my chat going, hey, I just murdered 16 other club members last week. Or guess what? I just fucking robbed the fucking ANZ Bank in fucking Launceston, Tasmania 6 years ago. People aren't coming on here saying that. Do you know what I mean? People are smarter than that. And once again, it kind of feels like I said, I am an ex 1% bikie. I have done almost 14 years prison. I spent 25 years of my fucking life playing the biggest game of cat and mouse with the fucking police. I have been quizzed on a multiple, I mean, it's a fact. I've been quizzed on 3 different murders. I have myself in court betting 3 attempted murders. Do you know what I mean? I would be tripping balls if I think there wasn't some piece of shit cop out there sitting there with his fucking pen and notepad, writing everything I say down, and then take it back to their boss and going, hey, boss, I reckon we could get him on this one. And their boss would say, dicks, we couldn't get him on it then. What makes you think we're going to get him on it now? And also, I am not sitting here saying, righto, Chaos Chronicles, guess what? I am a murderer. Guess what? I deliberately aim my vehicle at a certain type of PDF files. I don't come on here saying that shit. I don't. I am very, very fucking transparent. I am very real. I keep it very, very, very black and white. There is no grey area with me. And that's why everyone loves to come here. And that's right. They're watching everyone. You know what I mean? Anyway, moving on. Fucking moving on. Anyway, thanks for being here, Michelle. Your attendance. Your attendance. Fuck, that was not the right word. Or is it? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Wait. Oi, Daniel Robinson, you fucking legend. Sorry, or sometimes when I'm on a bit of a tangent, I will miss it, but I will come back and always give you the shout out you deserve, legend. Thank you so much. And also, Matthew Aiken, you bloody legend. I was about to say, oi, been a bit. Absolute legend. Buttles. Earlier this week, I mentioned my little bro is in separation again. He's at Western Plains. He saw SMU today because he's got no other prison to go to. They're sending him back to the map. Oi, you know yourself, like 100%. If they were to say to me, right, I've always made it quite clear. I love going to Port Phillip. That was my prison. I love the fucking chaotic prison. That was my thing. I love going there. I feel comfortable there. I am that kind of people, and I feel comfortable there, you know. But let me say something. If they said to me, "Rightio, Biff, guess what? Pick a maximum security prison. You're not allowed to go to B rating prisons, as you know, because you were charged with attempted murder of a prisoner at Loddon Prison when you were there for 6 hours." And then were charged with attempted murder. I spent 19 months in the slot and then bet that. Oh, fuck. Now I forgot. Biff, the best of the best people. Leave him alone. Respect to Biff. But thank you, legends. I got this shit, but don't worry. I've been doing this for a bit. Actually, I was sitting here with my son Ryder today, and I'm actually going to go fucking turn my fan on, and I'm fucking starting to sweat a bit in here. You know, that's the worst thing about having my studio, right? It's the best thing that I have my own separate studio room, but because it is such a small space, and I have these big fucking, it's basically a hydroponic light. So that light is 1,000 watt light. So I could literally, not that I would, but like it's the exact same as a hydroponic light. So sometimes it gets fucking hot in here. If I've got the door closed, like I do now, it's fucking hot in here. And yeah, as you can see, I'm starting to burn up a bit. Give me 1 minute, guys. I will leave you with some awesome music about you legends. And I will be right back. Every time the camera's on.
You're riding with me through the storm. From the stories to the struggle, yeah, you've been there all along. Late nights, real talk.
Bought a new controller the other day. I can't even tell ya. Fuck, I'm good at Call of Duty. Back in a moment, legends. Morning. Hey, is my beautiful mum here? By the looks of it. Oi, Jeffo, how you going? What was I doing in front of my kids, Michelle? Yeah, yeah. Stupid mirror always gets me every time. Oi, Angus, you bloody legend. Colin, you bloody legend. Was he a bloody legend? Well, yeah, I actually didn't even see that. Rest in peace, AJ Graham. That was the first I was seeing of that. I knew Carl and Victor. I knew Victor and Carr very well. Do I get an award? I mean, do you want one? Gold star for you. Biff, what kind of Harley did you have? I've had multiple. My last Harley that I had was a 2006 Softail, and yeah, that was the beast. I prefer Softails over Diners. Um, I just prefer, not that I'm not saying that Diners aren't a more comfortable ride, to be honest, but I just prefer the look of a Softail. I know how horrible is that? If you ask me, anyone that was in that crime world, anyone now will tell you that that was the most putrid crime. Like, and yeah, that guy is a protected species. They moved him. He's that much of a protected species. So another snitch. So Victor Brincat was a snitch, and I I think it's funny when I say that he's a snitch, and people say he only snitched because Carl didn't pay him. Regardless of the reason, what it is what it is. You know. Um, yeah. Oi, Brett Stevens just bought a bloody membership. You bloody legend. Lock it in. But Bluetooth it. With respect, Biff, why did you pick and not another OM? Do you know what? I often get asked that, right? So I'm gonna answer this, bro. I'm gonna answer this, right? And so I guess at the time, um, they were the people that took took me on, and I'm very loyal. Yeah, I'm very very fucking loyal. I have a deadly loyalty actually, and so that I just I mean how do I put this? Um, I had obviously, you know, it's very common for people to have friends when you're in one bike club that is in another bike club that even so might be a bike club that you're warring with, um, and what will be. But some people are still friends, you know, and wars will happen and whatnot. But I guess my loyalty kept me where I was, and and I was very much of the mind that one man, one club type thing, and um, yeah, and I and you know what, like yeah, like I have zero regrets about it. You know what I mean? I mean, I have I have regrets about becoming an outlaw motorcycle club, but at the end of the day, do I think that I chose the wrong people? Absolutely not. Um, when I became a member of the club, I was a member. There was it was like yeah, it was different. It was different. Oh, good old Tom Henshaw. No fucking comment. Biff, did you ever watch the world's fastest Indian? So I'm going to say this right. So I did. So as a matter of fact, I actually went to the cinemas and watched this with a female friend of mine, and yeah, I can't really remember much of it to be honest. I was another time I was three sheets to the wind, and I remember it. I remember it being about. I remember it had what's his name that's in fucking Silence of the Lambs, and it was about racing his world's fastest Indian. But yeah, I mean, I can't remember shit from that. I thought you could only leave in a coffin. I mean, well, here I am, you know. Um, I, I guess, I guess, you know, sometimes people watch too much TV, is all I will say. And, you know, although it is, you know, it is shunned upon for doing so, at the time when I did so, it was a very common practice. And so, um, yeah. Oi, upside, you bloody legend. Yeah, that's it. Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal. Blood in, blood out. Well, yeah, look, don't know. I don't know. Here I am. And I guess, you know what I mean? You hear a lot of fucking fairy tales, and every club does things differently. But the club that I was with when I left, many people did so at the same time. So, yeah, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Always good to have you here, Nay. Have you watched Gone in 60 Seasons? Wait, is that a typo or is that actually a something? Yeah, you know what I mean? I think that's why we can all relate. Do you know what I mean? We've all had like extracurricular lifestyles at some stage, you know? Well, I guess Biff is a we welcome in Crystal Mia. But yeah, that was absolutely, just so no one gets that twisted, was not the club I was with. Many of mates in that club though. Do you ever visit your old club for functions and whatnot? So I don't, but like I have been invited. Um, I didn't leave in what's called in the bike world bad standing. I left in good standing. So, but yeah, I made a decision that life was not for me anymore, and um, I had to be real about that because the truth was, at the time, one of the major decisions that made me leave the club was my children were becoming adults at the time. My eldest son at the time was 17 years old, who is 24 now, well, about to turn 24. And so he was 17 at the time and had asked me if he could join the club, right? And I was like, it's just not going to happen. Like, even if I wanted it to happen, it won't happen because you're too young, right? And then I remember, like, I'll say as much as I can say here, but like, it was kind of like I had people tell me what will be, and I expected people to respect my decision. And yeah, so yeah, a thank you MPA, but it's all good. Do you know what I mean? It's all good. What club or can't you say? I'll tell you something, right? I won't say what club. I don't talk about it yet, but this is my name. I'm going to say it once. And if you type it into Google, you will find out what club I was with, yeah? So get your pen out, your phone, whatever. I'm only going to do this once. My name is Leif. Leif is my first name, Leif. My last name is Hughes, Hughes. If you type that into Google, you will find out the information you need. You're needing so much. But a part of me is and the reason why I probably still get the respect I get is because I am not a part of that club anymore. I have no right to talk about. Well, here's the thing: it'd be stupid to talk about any club business anyway. I would never ever do that. But I am not a part of that club. I don't have, it's not my permission to talk about that. And so, as a matter of fact, I have got a cease and desist order in place at the moment with news.com.au, which is every single news in Australia, for printing articles about me. So, what they were doing, so I actually did a couple of podcasts with the Herald Sun, right? And obviously, I'm not stupid. I always say there's a fine line between telling a story and telling on someone, and I never fucking cross it. So, and then, so what actually happened, because they thought they were in my good graces, what they were actually doing was jumping on here on my YouTube, watching my YouTube videos, and then making Herald Sun stories about me, but putting their own narrative to it, right? So the icing on the cake was this, right? So I went to court last year. I got done for drug driving. I've been 100% upfront and honest about this. I am prescribed medical marijuana. I've also been upfront and honest about this. And so at the time when I got pulled up, and this court case got dragged out until last year because I was fighting it, because I thought that I shouldn't be getting charged for driving for taking my medication, specifically when I didn't have it for 2 days. You know what I mean? So I lost my license for THC, rah, rah, rah. And yeah, and so the last court case I had, the Herald Sun done a fucking story on me, and they mentioned the club name again, and I was like, I am so sick of this shit. I don't even mention the club name. Why should these fuckers say it? And so what they actually said was, and it's true what they said, but so what happened was, so the police officer that charged me, because the police officer didn't even believe me that there was such a thing as medicinal marijuana, right? And so I got pulled over. I wasn't even the driver of the car. I was the fucking passenger. And they concentrated on me, obviously, always. It's always the case. And so anyway, I get pulled over, blah, blah, blah. And so anyway, so in the end, right, so this time I wasn't driving, but I still got charged for having medicinal marijuana on me. So that was the end of, anyway, so I got charged with driving. But anyway, the police officer stood up in the court and said that Mr. Hughes has drug convictions going back to his teenage years, right? Which is an absolute fucking lie. I have been caught with drugs 3 times ever in my life, 3 times ever. And all 3 times it was weed. And both times before this time was before I was 18. So I've never been caught with drugs. I had my house raided 100,000 times thinking I was selling drugs and whatnot, and never ever got fucking done for it. And so the cop said that I had drug convictions going back to my teenage years, and he said that my drug convictions are massive, right? And I lost my shit. And I did in the courtroom. I was representing myself, and that made the Herald Sun, because I lost my shit at the police officer because he was telling a lie. And I stood up and I said the truth. I said, I admit that I have a very extensive fucking criminal history, but don't get up here and talk shit about me and say that I've got drug convictions going back to my teenage years, making it sound like I have them all the time. And yeah, and so that made the Herald Sun. But what they actually said was, so-and-so bikey, I can't remember the heading, but it was like, oh, that's right. So-and-so bikey loses his temper for being called a dope in court or some shit like that. Anyway, once again, if you Google my name, you will find that exact story. Yeah. And Biff was his name. Tell us a story. All right, you want to know a story? All right. I don't really do war stories anymore, but because we've got someone mentioning the police so much, I'm actually certain that person's probably a police officer themselves. So I'm going to say this story. So, yeah, what year this was, I don't know. Maybe somewhere between 2006 and 2010. Exactly, I don't know. Anyway, myself and my brother were at the Hallum Hotel, which evidently is in Hallum. So anyway, we were at the Hallum Hotel, and we were having a hell of a night. And this night ended quite well, actually. So what was actually, so my mum's in the chat. God love your mum, and yeah, my poor mum. So anyway, my brother and myself had borrowed my mum's car on this particular night. Mum, you know exactly where this story's going. And so on this particular night, we were breaking the law, and I had realised that we were breaking the law, and I'd said that, righto, we're leaving the car here, but we're going to continue on drinking, right? And so we did that. We left the car at the last venue we were at and continued on to the Hallum. We left the car in Dandenong, right? At one of the strippers in Dandenong, as a matter of fact. And so we were drinking, and once again, absolute transparency, I was taking copious amounts of recreational drugs up my my beak, and I was just drinking a lot and in a bad way. Anyway, I was fucked up. So we're at the Hallum Hotel. This was so we'd been drinking all day. We made a day of this. We left at daytime. This was probably about 10, 11 o'clock at night. So at the time, the Hallum Hotel was one of the only pubs in the area that closed at 5 o'clock in the morning. So you could literally go there to the pub, the pokies, everything was open till 5 o'clock in the morning. And so we're there, and we're having a good old time, myself and my brother, as we always did, having a fucking great old time. And so just in case there's any snitches writing notes down and taking notes, I never ever talk about anything that I haven't been charged for, interviewed for, and acquitted and whatever. So anyway, like I said, it was about 11 o'clock. We were fucked up. And then next thing you know, this chick rocked up that we knew and we'd known since we were young kids from our area where we lived in Marinda Park in Cranbourne. And so anyway, this chick had rocked up. We hadn't seen her for years, and we were just having a good old time catching up. And then her boyfriend rocked up, and we'd never met her boyfriend before. And so from the offset, it was like just a weird environment, because this guy was like, who the fuck are these two crazy fucks that my girlfriend is talking to? And you could tell that he did not want us there, but he had no balls to tell us to stop talking to his girlfriend. Anyway, that wouldn't have ended well for him, but we'd known her our whole life. And so anyway, we're there, and we're all drinking, rah, rah, rah. And then it was said that, let's go back to, so they actually lived in Hampton Park, right? And we were at the Hallum. So if you know, it's basically one straight line all the way to Hampton Park, and then you get out onto the south. Anyway, it's like, it's pretty easy, straight way home. Anyway, so we're like, yeah, no worries. We're going to go back to their place and go and have some cones, some marijuana, right? And so full transparency as always. And so we're in their car, which I remember, right, was it was a Chimera, if I remember correctly, because I still remember this car was so old, and this was in like 2000, like I said, somewhere between 2006, 2010. And to have a Chimera, I was like, what a random car to pull up in. But anyway, so we're in this car and we're heading back, right? And we get to Hampton Park. And if you know what Hampton Park is like, and so we're on Hallum Road and we're driving past the Hampton Park Shopping Centre is on our right-hand side, right? And we're stopped at that lights there. And we're stopped at the lights, and then next thing you hear, boom! And then this car ran straight up our ass. Like, we heard it coming. We couldn't get out of the way. Our friends were driving. Me and my brother were sitting in the back seat. Our female friend's boyfriend was driving, and my female friend was sitting in the front passenger seat. Me and my brother were sitting in the back, right? And so we're sitting there. We're in absolute shock because it felt like this car hit us doing like 80 kilometers. It launched us right through the fucking intersection. And me and my brother are sitting there going, what the fuck? And we're checking each other like, are we all right? All the windows are smashed and shit like that. And then next thing you know, these fucking people get out of their car and run up to our car like we had done something wrong, right? We'd done nothing wrong. We were parked at the red light. It was a red light. They were coming. They came over the hill, if you guys know, that hill that comes over from Hallum into like Hampton Park. And they just come flying over the hill. They couldn't stop. You heard the skids, bang. They launched us straight through the fucking intersection, right? So they were Indians, yeah? I'm not being racist. I am just saying this is the race of people, what they were. They were wearing cricket gear. They had obviously just come from fucking cricket training, a gig that they had after cricket training or something like that. They were all wearing cricket gear. And so anyway, they've come running up to my window, my brother's window, and they're like fucking rah, 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 rah. And I'm straight away like, I look at my brother like, are these? Just went bang, pulled it straight out, put it straight out the window. I'm like, fuck off. You know what I mean? Like, we don't want this. Anyway, they run back to their car and they come straight back running to us with cricket bats, yeah? And so they've gone to their boot and they've gone to their cricket bag and they've grabbed cricket bats out each. There was 4 of them. And so there was 4 of us. The other 2 stayed in the front seat. Me and my brother get out straight away when they got out with cricket bats. And, well, I've got a tattoo here, which is, so as you can see there, that is bullets with wings, right? You can see there and there, bullets with wings. Now, the reason I got that tattoo is because I was looking for a tattoo to put in that spot one day. I said to my brother, we're at the tattooist, what should I get there? He said, you should get a bullets with wings on them. I said, why? He goes, because you're always letting them fly, you crazy little cunt. I'm the youngest in my family, yeah? Excuse me for using the C word, ladies. And so, anyway, I got that, right? So I get out like fucking John Wayne, bang, 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 letting fucking shots off. And so there was 4 of them that got out of the car, but one of them stayed in the car, which was the front driver's side passenger. Anyway, next thing you know, Indians are scarpering through the fucking Hampton Park shopping centre, and there's one guy staying in the car. And so I'm just automatically seeing blood because these guys were fucking pulling cricket bats on us. And so anyway, I fucking hammer dive straight through the front window. Like when I say hammer dive, I mean that. Straight through the front window, hammer dive straight through it, and land in this guy who's sitting in the passenger seat so politely, wanted nothing to do with this drama. And then I'm just teeing off on this guy. I've jumped straight through the driver's side window, and then I've fucking into this guy, right? And so over, you can see at the bottle shop in the Hampton Park Shopping Centre, these guys are on the phone to their brothers, I guess. I don't know. And they're saying, fucking rah, rah, rah. And so anyway, I'm on the front fucking passenger seat. I'm laying down on this guy. My feet are legitimately hanging out of the window, and I'm just feeding this guy. And literally this guy's punching me as well and was getting me a few beauties because I was literally laying on his lap the wrong way up, and yeah, just like this guy was getting into me. And then so this was going on for like a minute, and I imagine that these guys must have lived in Hampton Park because next thing you know, fucking carloads were rocking up, right? And we didn't care. We both had our toys and we were not scared. And so next thing you know, so like I said, I hammer dive through the window and I'm onto this guy, and then this guy started to feed me. And so I'm trying to turn around on the front seat. I've got this guy by the throat, and he's jumped out and started to scarper, right? And so next thing you know, this guy's scarpering down that side of the road, and these guys are all over at the bottle shop on the other side of the road, and they're gathering up and they're starting to come over at us, right? And so me and my brother, we're like, fuck this. Next thing you know, my brother hammer dives through the window as well, and he grabs hold of the steering wheel of this car, and he just starts reefing on the steering wheel like this, and he's reefing on it and just goes whack and snaps the steering wheel clean off, snaps the steering wheel clean off, grabs the keys out of the ignition. They left the keys in the ignition. We jump back in this car, right? So by this time, the driver and the passenger of our seat, so my female friend from our childhood and our new boyfriend, they're out of the car and they're like, what the fuck is going on, right? And so all I knew was we had this whole group of this Indians from the cricket club, obviously, because they were all wearing cricket clothes again. And so my friend and her boyfriend are out of the car. And so next thing you know, my brother and myself are in the driver's seat and the passenger seat. And we just take off straight out of the intersection, straight over the gutter, and straight for the bottle shop where these people were congregating and saying that. And anyway, and so I am going to leave it there. I'm going to leave it there because, like I said, I have been charged with this, but from what happened afterwards, very good lawyers will do good things. So we'll leave it at that. So there you go. War story. Haven't told a war story in a million years, but there you go. Oi, text you bloody legend. But damn. So yeah, that was what was funny about that though was it was almost like that ad, right? Where that, remember, like I'm about to turn 43, yeah? I'm honest about my age. Remember that ad? I can't remember. It was like a fucking insurance ad or something, and the dude was driving, and then the camera would look over, and he's like The Simpsons, where like Homer's in the back or Lisa's in Maggie's in the back. It was, remember that ad? And the kid's in the back with the steering wheel that's on the back. I remember it. So I'm driving straight over the gutter, allegedly. It's alleged. Anyway, whoever was driving straight over the gutter, and whoever was driving had the steering wheel, and it was like that ad. I remember it. Yeah, good times. What are you apologising for, Tex? No need to apologise, but there you go. Actually, so no, wait. There's an ending to that story. So my mum's here in this chat, right? So remember I said that me and my brother left the car in Dandenong, right? So this is a true story. We left the car at the strippers in Dandenong, and by this stage, we were at my female friend's house, which was kind of funny because she actually kissed me, and I was like, "What are you doing? You've got a fucking boyfriend!" And I'd known her my whole life. It was really weird, but I don't do that shit, so I pushed her away. Anyway, me and my brother, we called a taxi. This was pre-Uber time, and we called a taxi back to the strippers in Dandenong to get my mum's car, right? So we left my mum's car at the strippers in Dandenong. So here's a true story, right? So anyway, I've got my mum's car keys. In my brain, I'm thinking I'm the most sensible brother. I'm driving. But I'm the youngest in my family, yeah? So, and my brother is the oldest who I was with. And so, anyway, he's like, I'm driving. I'm like, I'm fucking driving. Look how drunk you are. He's like, look how drunk you are. I'm like, no, I'm driving. And so, anyway, I jumped in my mum's car and I locked the door and I locked myself in the driver's seat. True story, my brother just went bang, smashed me straight through my mum's driver's side window, smashed the window, punched me straight through the window, and I was like, fuck this. And me and my brother have only ever had 3 fights in our life, and this was one of them, right? And so anyway, he punched me straight through the window of my mum's car, and I was so shattered on 2 reasons, 2 grounds. he punched me in the face. I was like, what the fuck, bro? And he smashed mum's window. I was so pissed off. And so anyway, I get out of the car. I go, poof, poof. And I fucking drop my brother, yeah? And he's my older brother. My brother's on the ground and he's going, oi, you don't fucking hit your brother. And I was like, what? You just hit me through mum's window, you fucking maniac. Anyway, me and my brother are standing and we're still in the pokies car park, right? And so this certain pokies, if you know, you know, is owned by a certain bike club, and one of my mates that I've known since I was a child is a bouncy here, right? And so anyway, he's like, are you fuckers for real? He goes, what are you doing? You're going to get me in trouble. Get in your fucking car and fuck off. And so anyway, my brother went bang, grabbed the keys, snatched them out of my hands, got in the car, locked the doors, which didn't matter. The window was smashed because he smashed it, and fucking took a burnout straight. And if this actual strippers is like really close to the Dandenong police station, and I was so fucking worried, yeah? So he's took off. We've just had a punch on, and he's in my mum's car. So my mum lived in Narre Warren at the time, yeah? And so if you know, you know. So Narre Warren, they were just building the new highway, like, you know, the new exit between on the southeast and the Narre Warren fucking link. They were just building that, right? And so anyway, most of the highway was built, but most of it was like cordoned off by concrete bollards. And so my brother was that drunk. He's doing like however fast he was doing, we don't know. How he fucking survived, we don't know, but he did. And so anyway, he's gone straight through the signs that said road closed because that part of the freeway wasn't open, and he's going the wrong way up the freeway exit. So he's driving down the out exit when they just built that Narre Warren one. And so anyway, however fast he was going, he's gone and he's sideswiped one of those concrete bollards. So you know those big concrete bollards that are like an upside down T. They're like fucking big and they are heavy and they stop vehicles. That is what they are for, right? So obviously my brother has realized that there are bollards crossing the whole road, and he's obviously going way too fast to be able to stop. Now, I'll give my brother one thing. I'll give him two things, yeah? He can do two things as well as the other. He can drive very well and he can fight very fucking well. And so anyway, however fast he was going, it shows what he's done. He's pulled on the handbrakes. And so what there was actually 2 or 3 rows of these concrete bollards. And so we imagine he was doing over 100, yeah? And so he's pulled on the handbrake, knowing damn well that he's going to drive straight into these concrete bollards. And you see the skids go, and then go straight into the concrete bollards. And the car has flipped. And we believe it must have done like a 360 or something, because it can't have just flipped and dominoed. And so, true story, landed exactly on its roof on top of one of those. So the third level of the T bollards on its roof, right? So it was kind of balancing between the second and the third row upside down, yeah? And so my brother has run from there all the way back to Narre Warren and knocked on my mum's door and said, Mum, I've lost your car. And so my mum's like, what do you mean you've lost my car? And so he's that fucking, like I said, we're fucked up, yeah? And so he was that fucked up. He couldn't even remember what happened, but he remembered that he was on that new part of the road in Narre Warren. And so my mum, keep in mind, this was my mum's car. So my mum had a housemate at the time. So my mum's borrowed her housemate's car, and my brother knew that this is where he came from. Couldn't remember what happened, but remembered when he came to, he was running up this road heading towards my mum's house. And so the way my mum tells the story is like, it's like something out of the Twilight Zone. She said, we drive up over that hill, and she said, you see my car upside down, like balancing between two of those fucking, so this is the car like this, and it's balancing between two of those bollards like this, completely on its roof, but the bonnet and the boot are like hanging on those T-bollards. So that was the end of that story. So an absolute fucking crazy night. My brother fucking totaled my mum's car, and yeah. See, mumsy. See what mum said? Look, my poor mum. Look, another one of my cards the kids have written off. My poor mum. My poor mum. And mumsy, as always, you know I'm sorry. And you know, I always say this, yeah. If I'm asked, I'm always one of these people who tries to live with no regrets. Yeah, if you have regrets, you kind of look back on things that you can't fix. Yeah, it's kind of a moniker that I've tried to live by. But I'll tell you, I have very few regrets in my life. One of the regrets I have in my life is the stress that I put my mother through, and I can't stress that enough. Like, I'll tell you something, right? And I'll tell you, this is enough to hit home when this comes from your mum, yeah? And so me and my mum, as you can obviously tell, she's in every live, every premiere. We have a very, very close relationship. And so my mum is always very honest with me. She will never, ever sugarcoat anything, and always tells me things how they are. And so on this particular day, me and my brother had just been locked up when I done my 9 years, right? My brother got 6 years, I got 9 years. So this was our first visit with our mum after being locked up, right? So this is what my mum said. Now keep in mind, there's nothing like words like this that hits on, like, what the fuck has just happened? Whoa, what the fuck just happened? But anyway, I can see the live still going. But yeah, so anyway, my first visit with my mum, we're at the map, right? And so I got locked up first. I was the first one to get locked up. And then my brother and my co-ed were like, fuck it, we'll just hand ourselves in. They didn't want me to take the rap because they knew I was going to. And they were like, we're going to hand ourselves in. This is what me and my crew were like. Yeah, this is what we did. And so I would never, ever let one of my brothers go down for something I did, and vice versa. They would never do the same. And so anyway, they handed themselves in. I still remember it. I got called down for property at the map. And then right when I got called down for property, my brother was walking up the stairs. I remember it. It was like the best day of my life. I jumped from the top stair. If you've been to the map, you know what I'm talking about. It's about 5 stairs to the bottom, and I just, bang, grabbed him. It was the best day of my life. Anyway, we organised a visit with my mum. So this is something that you have to... I am an A2 asterisk prisoner, yeah, as is my brother. My brother's an A2, actually. I'm an A2 asterisk, which is the highest. My brother is very sensible and doesn't do prison the same dumb way I did. As a matter of fact, I used to get kites all the time because they used to separate me and my brother. I used to get kites when my brother was at Barwon. I was at Port Phillip. I'd get kites. Like, you know what a kite is when it's not sent through the mail system. It's like literally coming in someone's bum. That's how it comes. You know what I mean? That's how you got to sneak letters through, rah, rah, rah. I'd always get kites off my brother saying, well, stop stabbing people was the bottom line, or you're never going to get out, bro. Anyway, this was the first visit we organised, which has to get approved. Brothers have to get approval to get... You can't have 2 people on a visit, is basically. So you have to get approval to get 2 people on a visit. It's usually only like that 1 prisoner with however many visitors. And so this is the very first visit we had with my mum. I got fucking arrested hard, yeah? I got arrested by the SOG. They fucking fractured my cheekbone, my orbital sphere, it's called, and my fucking skull. So they fucked me up, yeah? When you've been arrested by the Special Operations Group, you know you've been arrested. You really have not experienced an arrest until you've experienced that arrest. Anyway, they fucked me up. I had a shotgun on me. That was probably why. But anyway, so we're having the visit with my mum, and the visit's going fucking great guns. And my mum says this. She says, "Righto, you fucking dipshits. How long do you think you're going to get this time?" And she says, "I'm so glad that you're together from the start this time." Because like I said, they always separate me and my brother, mainly because, well, like the actual reason they separated me and my brother at the start was my brother's fault. Wasn't even mine. So no, older brother. But anyway, so this is our first visit with my mum, and we're looking at real time. So at the time when I was arrested, I got arrested at the Faulkner Formula One, which I believe is called the Ibis now. I was arrested there. And so when I was first arrested, I was arrested by the SOG, the Benalla police were there, and the Faulkner detectives were there as well. And I was like, what the fuck are these clowns doing here? Anyway, they said, "Rightio, mate, after the Benalla police had spoken to me, the Faulkner police said, "Rightio, mate, we're the Faulkner CIU. We're here to charge you with 9 armed robberies on jewellery stores in Sydney Road." So they were alleging that I had done armed robberies on these jewellery stores in Sydney Road. And so a few of these armed robberies had children and women taken hostage, right? That's how you can 100% know that this was not me, yeah? Because I would never fucking do that. But anyway, nevertheless, I was charged with that, so I had to prove my innocence. So I was charged with what we done, and also for these, I was the only one who was charged with the armed robberies. And so anyway, my mum says to me and my brother, I'll fast forward to get back to it. We're sitting down, had an awesome visit. My mum says, "Rightio, how long do you think you're going to get this time?" My brother says, "I think I'm going to get 5 years." And I said, "I think I'm going to get 10, maybe 15. And mum was like, "What are you fucking talking about?" Like, my mum doesn't swear, but my mum was like, "What are you talking about?" And I was like, blah, blah, blah. My mum, right? And then, so my mum literally looked me straight in my eyes and said, "You need this time." And I was like, I'd never had my mum speak to me so real. And she was like, "You need to be in prison." I was like, "What do you mean?" She goes, "You're a fucking thug." And she goes, "You are dangerous and you are worse than you have ever fucking been. You are a danger to yourself and you're a danger to everyone else. You need to be here, Leif." And I was like, whoa, bro, you're drunker than Miguel. What are you talking about, bro? I'm not even drinking. I'm drinking. I am literally drinking cordial. Remember, I have a rule. But yeah, and then I remember, like, that was very. I'll promise you, right? So my mum would never ever say anything like that to me unless I needed to hear it. And here's the truth: there was my son. Please don't ask me to go into this because I'm not going to. So my son passed away in 2006, and after my son passed away, I was dangerous. And I'm the first person to tell you that everything I did was trying to kill myself, right? So I was too weak to kill myself. Like, I would never, like, I don't even think it's too weak. Like, I would never do that. I would never ever take my own life and put all my problems and burden everyone else with that. I would never ever do that. I don't believe in it. I have, as a matter of fact, on my middle finger here, Leroy. That says rest in peace, Leroy, and that's on my middle finger because I still say fuck you, bro, because you fucking did that. You jumped in front of a train and broke all our hearts. But anyway, I needed to hear that, and I can tell you, like, there was no words that I've ever heard in my life that hit home as much as that. My mum telling me that I needed to be in prison, and 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 I need you guys to understand that I was. So this is the absolute truth. My mother and my brother went to try and commit me to a psych ward, and the psych ward wouldn't even take me. That's no word of a lie. I said, rightio. We went and hired a hotel, and we agreed that I needed help. I was fucking not in the right headspace. Obviously, I'd lost a child, and I was very dangerous. Like, when I say very dangerous, I mean you guys need to understand that I've been, like I said, I've been quizzed on 3 murders. I've been charged with 3 attempted murders. I was dangerous. Yeah, I was fucking very dangerous. And it was those words off my mother that, like, there's never been anything like even getting my. So my mum said to me, how long do you think you're going to get? I said 10 to 15. I promise you, this is exactly what the prosecution asked for. They asked for 14 and a half years on top and 11 years on the bottom. Yeah. So I wasn't far off the mark. I was charged with attempted murder at the start, which got dropped back to intentionally cause injury. They are alleging that I shot at someone with a shotgun inside, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, and yeah, I've never had, like I said, I was dangerous, but I've never had any words spoken to me in my life that have, like, hit home more than those words off my mother. And bless her soul, because my mother has been, like, every time I've been stabbed, like, I've been stabbed 7 times, guys. I've been shot twice. Like, I've literally been dead 4 different times. 4 different times. And every one of those times, my poor fucking mum is the one that gets the phone call first and has to come. You know what I mean? So, yeah, although those words, like, really hurt me because it was the truth and I did need to be there. Yeah, like, they were really, really hit home. And here's the absolute truth, though. I still didn't even, like, I continued on, right? And this was me. So if you don't know, I got locked up and my brother got locked up for saving a girl's life. Yeah. We saved a girl's life that was fucking getting attacked by her boyfriend, stabbed, whatever. We intervened, yeah? And so the police alleged that I was the ringleader. They alleged that I had the gun. They allege all this stuff. And, yeah, and so I literally got 9 years for saving a girl's life. I'm the first person to say that you should never take the law into your own hands, right? Especially today, 2026. But if I was walking home tomorrow and I seen a chick again getting stabbed by her boyfriend, guess what's going to happen? I'm going to run up and do the exact same thing I did. This is all I did, and I swear to God, this is all I did. I went like this. He was on top of her going like this, and I ran up and went like this, went bang, pulled him to his feet and just went poof, poof, gave him a quick 2-piece feed. Granted, he was knocked out before he hit the fucking gutter, but he hit the gutter right, and his head hit the gutter, and fucking, well, he will never do that again. Do you know what I mean? And so he didn't die. Yeah, and, like, I still today say that you should never take the law in your own hands, but I think any man, any real man in his own reality, if they seen a female getting stabbed, is going to go over there and try and help. Do you know what I mean? So that's what we did get locked up for. And here's the truth. My poor brother got the time he got because of who I was. And that's the truth, yeah? They said all over the newspapers, all over our fucking my brother was never in a bike club, right? And so all over our fucking the police reports and all over the court was bikey this, bikey that, bikey this, bikey that. And because I had a plait at the time that I had, the rest of my hair was shaved and I had a plait that went down to here and it didn't really paint a good picture, And so I actually cut that off for court and I still got 9 years. So here's the truth as well. So I actually got, my brother, my awesome brother and my co-offender, so I had no fingerprints, no DNA at the scene. I had two co-offenders. One was my brother. The other was a nameless person. And that they had their fingerprints and DNA at the scene. And it's just by chance that I didn't, right? But this is why they handed themselves in, because they didn't want me to go down for something that blah, 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 but it didn't even matter. Even though they both said that it was them, they did not care. They wanted me and me only. So I got found guilty, and this is what happened. I was given 8.5 years on top and 6.5 years on the bottom. And then you guys know I've spoke about this as well. I was charged with pulling a gun out on a 6-year-old girl, yeah? So hear me out. I'll explain here. That is not what happened. I fought this in court and I won, right? So what actually happened was, on this day, someone had came and picked me up from my house and come banging on my door, actually. I remember I was like passed out on the couch. I was on Xanax, like I said. I was fucked up in the past, yeah? I was passed out on the couch. I was on Xanax. This dude, anyway, woke me up and he said, quick, someone's got a gun pulled out on your brother down at so-and-so street in the Bronx in Benalla. And so, anyway, I had a 38 on me. I said, rightio, let's go. It was pissing down with rain. The dude that come and grabbed me was just an 18-year-old kid, just got his license. I knew what I was about to do. Didn't want him to get in any trouble. I said, drop me off here and fuck off. And so he dropped me off on the corner. It was pissing down with rain. I get around the corner, and this guy definitely has got a gun pulled out on my brother. And when I look, my brother's actually got the gun in his hand, and he's got it up on his head like this. My brother's fucking nuts, yeah? So my brother's saying, you've pulled it out. You may as well fucking use it now, you fucking weak C-word, blah, blah, blah. He grabbed it, put it on his forehead. I swear to God, this is what I walked around the corner to see. And I was like, what the fuck? And so anyway, I run over there. I've got a 38 on me. It's alleged. And so it's not even alleged. I pled guilty to this. So I had a 38 on me. And so I ran over. I get this guy's attention. I pull the gun off my brother's forehead. I put it on my chest. And I say, if you're going to shoot someone, fucking shoot me. And I noticed straight away, I noticed that it didn't have a magazine in it. This was a 22 long rifle, and I had a pistol, right? A revolver. So anyway, he didn't see this. I knew I had this. I put that to my chest. I pull it out of my pocket. I put it on his stomach, and I said, you've got one, if you've even got one in there. And I said, I promise you right now, I've got 6, and I will put every single one of these in you right now. And that's what I was charged with. And so that's exactly what happened. And so he absolutely shit himself. He literally dropped the rifle and took off running back into his house. It was pissing down with rain. And so I stood there and waited for him to run inside. And then I actually noticed his family come outside. And so his younger sister came out. And so this piece of shit from a piece of shit family. And so the younger sister came out, and so I put my thing away and I literally took off, right? And so this is the truth. So I get to court. When I get to court, my lawyer says you have to plead guilty. My actual lawyer couldn't be there that day because she was sick, and the lawyer that she sent said that I had to plead guilty. And I was like, I would never, ever, ever plead guilty to pulling a gun on a fucking child. I would never do that. I'm here to fight this all the fucking way. And she said, well, guess what? I can't represent you. I said, well, fuck off then. I'll represent myself, which is exactly what I did. And a miracle happened that day, because here's the truth. That young girl, so everyone minus that young girl, there were 6 statements against me that said that I pulled a gun out on that 6-year-old girl, right? Fast forward 2 years, she was 8 years old when we were at court. So I get to court, and like my lawyer says, you are going to get found guilty today. You have 6 statements. I said yes, all from the same fucking family, and every one of them statements, which is the truth, said that I was holding a different gun. One said that I was holding a long shotgun. One said that I was holding a pump action shotgun. One said that I was holding a sawn-off 22. I had a chrome 38. That's the truth of it, right? And I can say that because I handed it into police, so I didn't get more time, so it was off the streets, rah, rah, rah. Anyway, we get into court, and this is exactly what had to happen. So because she was only 8 years old at the time, I couldn't even be in the same courtroom, and I can't even tell you how bad this made me feel, yeah? It made me feel like Hannibal Lecter. Like, it made me feel like a fucking monster, that this girl has to look up at me on a screen from inside the courtroom. She's got all these people staring at her, the judge asking her questions. Now, I knew what happened, yeah, and I knew that I didn't do this, but I guess I was just hoping that the truth would fucking, like, come out. Obviously, I always give a no comment. When my lawyer asked me about this, I nearly fell out of my chair, but still had to give a no comment interview. We get to court. My actual lawyer couldn't be there because she was pregnant. And, I got this piece of shit lawyer. She left, so I'm representing myself. Anyway, I'm watching this from inside where you do tally court at the Shepparton Courthouse, right? And bless her cotton socks, this poor young girl. So she gets in and she sits down in the chair, and the judge says, the judge had to give her her rights, yeah, and had to caution her that even though you are a child, you have to tell the truth here. If you don't tell the truth, you're going to get in trouble. Do you understand that? The poor little girl said yes. The judge said, can you please explain what I mean, right? And the poor little girl said, if I lie to you today, that I could go to jail, right? Bless her cotton socks. The judge says, look, I would say that you won't go to prison, but you will get in very big trouble for telling lies in a court of law. That's true, yes. So anyway, she understood what she had to do, right? And so I guess I was just sitting there hoping for the best, knowing damn well that I didn't point my gun at that girl. Now, here's the truth. I had the gun pointed at the brother. As soon as I saw that girl, I put the gun in my hoodie pocket and I fucking scarfed it out of there, because I thought, fuck, I actually felt really bad about it, yeah? And because not just that young girl came out, her older sister that was like 12 and her other sister that was like 18 and her other sister was like 22. There's fucking heaps of this family, right? I felt bad that these girls had seen me do that to their brother. I'm not a fucking animal. I'm a human being. And so, and I literally scarpered, which means run. And so anyway, the judge has read this poor little girl her caution, and I'm sitting there thinking, this poor little girl had fucking piggy tails, everything. It was like the quintessential, what you would imagine an 8-year-old girl looked like, was exactly what this poor little girl looked like, right? And I felt like a fucking monster that because of what I done, even though I didn't do what they were saying, because of what I done, this poor little girl's getting dragged through the courtroom, right? So this actually gets me really emotional, guys, as you can probably tell. And so anyway, next thing you know, that girl starts talking, right? And God bless her cotton fucking socks, yeah? Because that girl goes, I understand that if I tell lies here today, I'm going to get in trouble. And you've just told me that I won't go to jail, but I know I'll get in very big trouble. And the judge said, which was a female judge, right? And so the judge said, that's absolutely right. So my mum was in this courthouse as well, right? And so everyone's going like, what's he going to do? Like fucking, I had 6 people lying about what actually happened. And I guess there was a lot of things playing in my favor. Like they all said that I held a different gun, which was major fuck up, right? If they all had have just sat down for 2 minutes and said, all right, he had a little chrome gun like this, I would have been fucked, yeah? But anyway, so the little girl says this, I understand that if I blah, 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 that I'm going to get in trouble. The judge says, yes, that's right. And she says, well, I need you to know that man, and she points up to me, right? Because she can only see me on a screen as I can only see her on a screen. We're not in the same room, but I see her point up at me on the screen, right? And she said, that man there did not point a gun at me, right? Was her exact words, yeah? And the judge says, well, excuse me, like I know her name because I'll never forget it, because she literally, and people have like, I've spoke about this before, and the family have come forward and said, he's talking shit, we didn't disown her. Yes, you fucking did, you pieces of shit. You know you fucking disowned that poor little girl when she fucking made you all out to look like liars. So anyway, the reason I know this is because one of my friends' families took that young girl on. And so anyway, so that poor little girl stood up and she said, that man there did not point the gun at me, right? And I was like, whoa. And like, obviously, like, I was hoping that would happen, because the only person that was ever going to tell the truth, because obviously I tell no comment. So I have to have my lawyer speak for me. And obviously my lawyer just fucked off on me. So I'm representing myself. I can't say what really happened, yeah? And so anyway, so the little girl said, that man did not point a gun at me. He did have the gun pointed at Clinton, which is my brother, Clinton Dixon, you piece of shit. Anyway, she said he did have the gun pointed at my brother. He did have the gun pointed at my brother, but as soon as me and my sisters came outside, he put it in his pocket and he ran away, right? And so the judge was tripping out. The judge is like, so are you trying to tell me that man up on that screen did not point the gun at you at all? And she said, no, he did not point the gun at me. He had the gun pointed at Clinton. And then when we walked outside, he seen us put the gun in his pocket and ran away, which is exactly what I did, right? It was pissing down with rain. Like I said, I'm a fucking human being. I felt absolutely fucking horrible. 3 girls walked out of that. Obviously, they've looked out of their window. They've seen me standing there. I've got a gun pointed at their fucking brother, yeah? I've got a bad name in the fucking town. I've been charged with shooting. So I'm known for shooting people, right? So they're looking outside and they see me with a gun pulled out on their brother. They're running outside like, fucking stop. And so, yeah, that poor little girl, and she stood up and fucking told the absolute 100% fucking truth. And so I actually stood up and said, you know what, Your Honor? I said, what the girl is saying is true. And I did have a gun. I said, but here's the truth, Your Honor. I said, it wasn't a real gun, right? And the judge is like, what are you talking about? And I said, well, Your Honor, if you're my age, you'll remember this, yeah? I said, you remember back in the day on the back of Picture and People magazines, you used to be able to get replica firearms that were 100% die-cast steel metal, rah, rah, rah. I said, that's what it was, yeah? And so the judge said, but some of the witness testimony said that there was shots let off. I said, yeah, but some of the witness testimony said I had a shotgun also. I said, so, I said, I will stand here in the court today and say that I will hand that gun in. I will get my people to hand that gun in. Obviously, I was locked up. That gun was buried long, far away. And I said, I will get it handed in. Now, whether or not that was a real gun that I had in my hand, you'll never ever know. But all I will say is that I was never ever going to come off second best that day. That's all I will say. And all I will say is thank fuck for People magazine and anyone that bought one of those for back in the day, because that saved me. And because I had that handed in, but also because they could see that the firearm that was handed in was never ever going to hurt anyone, was only ever going to hurt someone's feelings. Well, that helped me as well. So because I pled guilty to pointing the gun at her brother, and I pled guilty to that at the start, that's what I said. I said, I'll put my hand up right now and say exactly what I did. I never pointed a gun at that girl. I did point a gun at her brother, though. And then anyway, I said that, and then my people came and had that gun dropped off, and they could see that it wasn't a real gun. And when they seen that no one was ever in any danger, this is how I ended up with 9 years. So keep in mind, I said, well, half an hour ago now, that I got sentenced to 8.5 years on top and 6.5 years on the bottom. So what the judge did, he made my sentence 7 years on the bottom and 9 years on top, which meant I got 6 years. I got 6 months on the bottom, and I got 12 months. And he put 6 months of that on the bottom and 6 months on the top. So my 6.5 years went to 7 years on the bottom, and my 8.5 years went to 9 years, which meant I had to serve 7 years before I was eligible for parole. The good old Franklin Mint replicas. Yeah. Not those ones, no. I know the ones you're talking about, the old Bushrangers ones and that. These were actually ones. So the place that made these still make them to today. And if you live in Western Australia, South Australia, or Queensland, New South Wales, maybe still, I think they changed it, you can own a replica firearm. And there is a website, grab your pen out because you guys are about to blow your minds. It's called Australia's Collectors Armory. Don't ask me how to spell that. Australia's Collectors Armory.com.au, and you can still buy those still to this day. And if you live in any of those states, guess what? You can get delivered straight to your front door. I swear to God. Righto, guys. Sorry, I know I've been talking and telling stories for an hour and haven't stopped, and I'll come back and talk in a sec, but I've been busting to go to the toilet for like 10 minutes, and I have MS, and when you got to go, you got to go. So give me 5.
Every time the camera's on, you're riding with me through the storm. From the stories to the struggle, yeah, you've been there all along. Oh. Late nights, real talk, true spilling through the mic, and the chaos crew shows up every single time. You ain't just fuse, your family. Every comment hits like loyalty. Through the highs and the lows, you ride for me, and that means more than you'll ever see. Shout out to the chaos crew, the best on YouTube is true. You keep this whole thing real, every word, every view. From the heart, yeah, Biff's got you. I'm grateful every time I do what I do. No one else compares to you. The chaos crew, the realest crew. From Port Phillip tales to streets so cold, you've heard my pain, you've seen it unfold. But through the dark, your light breaks through. Ain't no love like the chaos crew. You've been here since day one, holding me down. From nothing to something, we built this ground. I say it loud, I say it proud. Chaos crew, you wear that crown. Shout out to the chaos crew, the best So here's my love, my thanks, my tune. From Biff to the Chaos Crew. You're more than fans, you're a part of the name. Together we ride through the chaos and pain. Shout out to the Chaos Crew, the best on YouTube, it's true. You keep this whole thing real, every word, every view. From the heart, yeah, Biff got you. I'm grateful every time I do what I do. Forever loyal, forever true. The Chaos Crew, this one's for you. This one's for you. Every time the camera's on, you're riding with me through the storm. From the stories to the struggle, yeah, you've been there all along. Late nights, real talk, true spilling through the mic, and the Chaos Crew shows up every single time. You ain't just fuse, your family. Every comment hits like loyalty. Through the highs and the lows, you ride for me, and that means more than you'll ever see. Shout out to the Chaos Crew, the best on YouTube is true. You keep this whole thing real, every word, every view. From the heart, yeah, Biff's got you. I'm grateful every time I do what I do. No one else compares to you. The Chaos Crew, the realest crew. From Port Phillip tales to streets so cold, you've heard my pain, you've seen it unfold. But through the dark, your light breaks through. Ain't no love like the Chaos Crew. You've been here since day one, holding me down. From nothing to something, we built this ground. I say it loud, I say it proud. Chaos Crew, you wear that crown. Shout out to the Chaos Crew.
Easy boy.
YouTube is true. You keep this
boy.
whole thing real.
Come here. Yeah.
From the heart, yeah, Biff's got you. I'm grateful every time I do what I do. No one else compares to you.
Look at that.
The Chaos Crew.
If any of you guys read pedigree American bullies, even though I don't read them at all, that is what we call the first pedigree dog. And the back to the shoulder high.
So here's
Busy boy, come here.
my
Yeah.
love,
Yes.
my
Yeah.
thanks, my tune. From
Say hello to
Biff
everyone.
the
Watch this, guys. You ready? You know how I always say Bluetooth it? Bluetooth.
You're more
Come on,
than
Bluetooth.
fans, you're a part of
Oh,
the
you stop.
name.
Yeah.
Together
Bluetooth.
we ride through the chaos
Come on.
and pain.
Yeah. Bluetooth.
Shout out to the
Good boy.
Chaos Crew, the best on YouTube, it's true. You keep this whole thing real, every word, every view. From the heart, yeah, Biff's got you.
Is that a roadie?
Every time I do what I do.
No. This is an American Bully XL. So, much bigger dog than a Rhodesian Ridgeback. So this one, yeah.
This one's for you.
Oi, sorry, Tex, mate. I've been on a bit of a tangent tonight. MS is shit. MS is the worst. And you know what the worst thing was? I'm going to turn the music down now, guys.
Every time the camera's on, you're riding with me through the storm.
I'm
From the
sure.
stories to the struggle, yeah, you've been there all along. Late nights, real talk, true spilling through the mic, and the Chaos Crew shows up every
Oi, Colin. Oi, Tex.
Met you in the chaos.
Yeah. Got it. I got it, Trev.
But you were
You were
dancing.
dancing.
Shadows
Shadows
didn't
didn't
I gave you all
give
my
you all
heart.
my heart.
Tried to be your
Be
cure.
your cue.
A little
Little love ain't enough
when
when
the
the
poison's
poison's
got
got
her.
her.
And it broke me in pieces, watching you fade away. You love the high.
Smith & Wesson model 500 50 caliber.
Now the echoes of your laughter.
Do you want to know something? Do you know what I always found funny about the 50 cal? It is the most impractical criminal weapon. The 50 caliber pistol, the 50 cal, is the most impractical weapon for so many different reasons. I'll tell you why. Mainly because A, good luck trying to find 50 cal fucking pistol ammunition in Australia. Especially when you don't have the correct licenses and permits. B, you need to wear 17 belts just to hold this thing in your belt. I don't know if you guys have ever held a 50 cal. Like, what I will say is I have legally held a 50 cal in the shooting range in Queensland, where in Surfers Paradise, right in Cavill Ave, if you guys have been there, that's the only place I've seen or held a 50 cal. And yeah, they are big and fucking heavy. But not only that, here's the truth. If you let that 50 cal go in Paran, if you let that 50 cal go in Paran, you are going to hear that in fucking Mickleham Road, fucking Broadmeadows. 100%. They are the loudest, heaviest, most pointless gun.
I gave you every sunrise. You chose the endless night.
Oi, good on you, Trev's on the ball tonight. Thank you, brother.
I hope you found your peace wherever you may roam. But you left me with these shadows in the place we called home. And it broke me in pieces.
No. AJ Johnson. Oi, brother. Oi, name your place, bro. And I'll name your place, brother. Do you know what I mean? What? Oi, AJ Johnson. Wait, if someone just fucking deleted this bloke, undelete him. If you think for 1 second that these people, such high profile crime all over the news, isn't going to go straight to the slot, well then you're from the boneyard, you flog. If you honestly think for 1 fucking second that these people aren't going to go straight to the slot before the boneyard, then mate, you've only ever done fucking open camp. And yeah, stop talking shit yourself. If you want to have a beer, let's have a beer, but no beers we'll be having, mate. I promise you. Anyway, moving on. Thank your mother for the rabbits.
Met you in the chaos. Thought I found my light. But you were dancing, shadows deep into the night.
It really gets me when someone like that literally probably has never done 1 day's prison in their life, probably have a cousin that went to Loddon and tries to tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about. Mate, I promise you, even if you have done prison time, you wouldn't even have known one person that's done as much slot time as me, let alone fucking prison time, mate. I swear to God, my last sentence was 9 years and I done 4 years, 9 months in slot time. Not for being a scared little fucking girl hiding out in open camp prisons like the rest of some people, from being on the fucking front line and fucking doing what you do. So don't come on my channel trying to talk like you know what you're talking about. Because you don't. And you look like a fool. But that's the truth. Do you know what I mean? I hate it. Like, as if that person is going to go straight from off the street into the boneyard. He's high profile. He has to spend at least 3 months in segregation, which so he can see not SMU, MOU, major offenders unit. Mate, don't try and tell me I don't fucking know. I know more than, but if you want to have a beer, mate, let's have a fucking beer. But I promise you, mate, the amber fluids will be the last thing that we'll be having. And I fucking promise you, it won't be the meetup that you're hoping for. Do you know what I mean? If you want to come on here and try and act like a big tough keyboard fucking gangster, you know what I mean? That's the truth, bro. I know what I'm talking about, which is why I fucking talk about it. So what is the slot then? What, you think the slot is the boneyard? You fucking idiot, man. The slot is exactly where they're going to be going, to segregation, separation, segregation, because they're high profile, for no other reason than because they are the most spoken about names on news today. So don't try and tell me that you know how it works, because you don't. And that's exactly where they will go. And that's exactly what will happen. And so you obviously didn't watch the whole video. You just watched 5 minutes like the rest of the flogs do, that think they know what they're talking about because their cousin went to Ararat and you know nothing. Do you know what I mean? I know what I'm talking about. There's 10 people in this chat that have done real prison time with me, mate. So don't even come on here and try and talk about it like you know, because you don't. Done more time than me, brother. So what if you've done more time than me? If you've done more time than me, you wouldn't even be saying what you're saying. What you're saying makes no sense, because your first comment was, oh, if you knew, I just watched your last fucking video, stop talking shit and telling people and come and have a fucking beer, is what you said, Nelly, word for word. Here's the truth. High profile prisoner, all over the news, all over the TV, has been made publicly known that people are trying to take their lives, and you think they're going to go straight to protection? Bang. Tell your sister I said g'day and tell her to stop wearing different colour lipstick. She's making me dip look like a fucking rainbow.
Tried to hold you close, but you slipped through like sand. Told myself I'd fix it, be your solid land. But you were chasing dragons I could never hold.
One sec, guys, just letting Jersey back in.
Left me standing in the ruins, whispering your name. And it broke me in pieces, watching you fade away. You love the night more than you ever loved the day. Now the echoes of your laughter are just ghosts in my mind. And I'm left here wondering if I'll ever love in kind. I gave you every sunrise, you chose the endless night. Now love feels like a battle that I can't get right. I hope you found your peace wherever you may roam. But you left me with these shadows in the place we call home. And it broke me in pieces, watching you fade away. You love the night more than you ever loved the day. Now I'm home.
water now. Yeah, I've done the runner. Because I was scared. I hit the Amber Alert button.
Thought I found my life. As you were dancing, shadows deep into the night. I gave you all my heart, tried to be your cure. But love ain't enough.
Oh, here's the truth too, AJ, right? Whether or not you have done real prison time, bro, I would almost bet my fucking anything that like, even if you have done more time than me, then you have not done more slot time than me for putting work in, bro. For putting real fucking work in, bro. Real work, bro. Do you know what I mean? I have tattoos on my body that prove the work that I've done, mate. You know what I mean? And if you know, you know. Do you know what I mean? Oi, Evie, you bloody legend. What are you doing? My mum is doing absolutely the best that she can do, has the best attitude, as you know, as always. Was in the chat before. You love me more than you ever knew. Oh, look, you know what I mean? I've grown into a habit where I usually don't like to entertain it. But, like, here's the truth. I really can't cop it when someone tries to talk about it like they know what they're talking about. Like, I am all, do you know what I mean? So did you guys get charged for you guys hit up the ass? Like I said to you, right? Shano. So like I said, I would never talk about anything that I would never, ever talk about anything that would implicate myself in a crime that would get me in trouble. You know what I mean? I've been around the track for a long time, and so yeah, like I said, I either talk about things that I've been charged with and beaten in court, that I've been charged with and convicted of, and yeah, that's about the whack. Biff, not sure if someone was blocking me as I could not get into your lives. So Evie, if I am, so I was just about to say the same thing, but there was a little while ago where there was moderators that were doing the wrong thing. Now that might have been that time, but then moderators are no longer with us. But I can also vouch for what, if I go through the block list all the time, because obviously, you know, when I'm on a tangent or whatever, I can't pay attention to the chat and stuff like that. So I go through the block list all the time. I still to this day do not know who blocked the short straw. I don't have a problem with short straw. I believe that he thinks that I do because someone blocked him. I have no idea. We could not work out who done it. No one would be upfront and honest about it. But yeah, there was some funny things going on there for a little bit, but that was sorted out. But yeah, you're always welcome here, Evie. You know that we got mad love for you here at the Chaos Chronicles. You mad says you're a great role model. How to be reformed, my bro. Mad respect always, man. Sorry I hadn't had time to watch the streams much lately. 3-hour time zone difference to Taiwan. Glad to see tonight. Hey, brother, please, you never, ever, and this goes for anyone else as well. You never, ever have to apologize to me for not being able to tune into one of my lives or one of my premieres, or you haven't been here for a while. Like, you guys have lives, you know what I mean? And although I absolutely love and appreciate every single one here in the chats, support, love and support, and yeah, please, you never have to apologize. Yeah, there's never. Gunny says, I'm usually the only one banning these days. Biffo, that's why I couldn't be in your chat. Yeah, look, I don't know. Like, yeah, I can't. All I can say is that, like, I have not seen you, and trust me, like, Gunny being a moderator as well, and being on the ball as much as he is always on the money. And yeah, I have not seen your name in the blocked or timeout list once, actually. But yeah, I don't know. Weird things were happening in them times. So if that has happened to you, I'm sorry, because you're absolutely a very, very important member of our community, and always have been. Boy, Brett Stevens got a 4 a.m. start. Holy shit, that's 5 hours away, bro. Bang. Yeah, go to bed, brother. Oi, thank you for tuning in as long as you did. Damn. Yeah, like I said, Gunny, some funny things happen. Look, generally most of the time, like, you can imagine, right? I don't know the exact number, but there's something like, it's like tens of millions of different creators on YouTube, right? That number grows every single day. And there is glitches. There is glitches that happen very, very often. And a lot of those glitches revolve around the chat and stuff. So, yeah. Your quality keeps improving. Thank you, you're mad. So I really am, like, OCD with a lot of things, and I really am trying to just improve more and more. And as you guys know, you guys have just seen me. I actually showed you the conversation between myself and my tour guide for where we're going in Melbourne tomorrow. And yeah, I think that this video is going to be next level, guys. And like, I'll show you again, if you guys weren't here, exactly what I said to the guy, and literally took under a minute for him to write back. So this guy's going to be showing us around one of the most hectic housing locations in Victoria, and it's not even debatable. So, and it's somewhere where nobody has been and done. And not only that, we're going to be having, so I need to say this. I will be putting 98% of this content out here on YouTube. Now, I know you legends, a lot of people just like staying on YouTube, and I respect that. I also have TikTok, and I also have other platforms as well. But so I also have a Patreon as well, right? And so Patreon, because it fucking rained for 24 hours yesterday, it's so muggy. But anyway, I have a Patreon, and sometimes I have to put content out on Patreon because YouTube will, like, tell me off for doing stuff. What about that 16-year-old kidnapping that 53-year-old tobacconist yesterday? I didn't even see that. Are you going to do a Friday live? So I still plan on heading to certain locations if that helps anyone in particular. I've just had, I've had a pretty full-on week this week. Got my son's 18th in 4 days, my birthday in 2 days. But yeah, like also trying to get content filmed in Melbourne over the last week's been a fucking handful, if I must be honest. But yeah, that's what I wanted to show you guys. So I just spoke to my tour guide before, and so I messaged my tour guide before, and this is what I said. I'm thinking maybe I might not be able to show you now, but only because of YouTube guidelines. But like, let me promise you guys that this video here, the content that I will be filming, like I've said, and I've been saying this for a long time, no one's doing it. Will be the first of its kind. The likening it, like you can only liken it to something like Ross Kemp on gangs. So I am going to meet with one of my African friends. All right, so give me a second. I can't show you the bottom and I can't show you the top, so I've got to cover it. All right, so I said, oi mofo. I don't know if you can see that. I know it's hard sometimes. I said, oi mofo, gather the army. I'm coming tomorrow. He said, done lad, right? Then I said something else, and he said, word, sick. And so anyway, I have high hopes. Happy birthday to all you Pisces out there. Heck yeah. Evie knows her star sign. So yes, I am a Pisces. I am a Pisces. I am a water sign. I love the water. As a matter of fact, I have, it's broken now actually. I need to get a new one. So I love the water that much that I have what I call my positive thinking zone, which is just my bathroom. And I have a particular water feature because what I literally used to do was I used to go get my kitchen chair or my computer chair, and I used to go sit in the bathroom, and then I'd turn the cold water on, and just the running water, like if you're a Pisces, you understand, or if you're ADHD, I know you understand this too. There's something about running water that just calms my soul. And so I used to have, it's broken now, a water filter that replicates the sound of a running shower. Kind of like, it actually replicates the sound of rain on a tin roof, like on a corrugated iron roof. But I actually think it sounds more like a shower. Oh, thank you, Karen. Yeah, it's my birthday. I'm 43 years young. I have some birthday aspirations. I would like to. Well, I guess my first birthday well, I might have to go let Zeus in because that's all right, I think. I thought Ryder was sleeping. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, Karen, I'm exactly the same. So, yeah, I am, and I call it my positive thinking zone. There's just something about running water. I don't know what it is, but it just really, really, really fucking calms my whole system. I love the sound of running water too. It cuts out any other noises. Oh, bro, that's exactly right. And so that's why I said, if you're a Pisces, you'll understand it, or if you're ADHD, you'll understand it, because there's something about. Because do you know what it is? I'll tell you what I discovered. I'll tell you what I've discovered, and it's through a little bit of research as well. So the running water sound is white noise, right? It's white noise, and so it's the white noise sound that actually calms. So I believe that water signs, so not just Pisces, Aries, whatnot. I believe we all have an affinity with water. It's the truth. We're water signs. That's what they call this. But I think that we all understand that the running water really, really fucking resets our psyche. But also, like anyone who's neurodivergent as well. So if you're not just, I'm ADHD, right? So I've had ADHD my whole life. You guys can, like, it's quite obvious. Like, I get talking about something and I just keep going. I'm very. I also have auditory tics as well, which is I don't have Tourette's, but they believe that I have a very, very rare, like small form of multiple sclerosis that has. So I am diagnosed with progressive multiple sclerosis. I was originally diagnosed with remitting, relapsing multiple sclerosis. So there's also someone else in the chat that has multiple sclerosis as well. Absolute legend, JD. And oi, good night, forever flat. Oi, brother. If you don't mind me reading out, I promise you, it's not too personal. It's just about me having a busy week and what I said that I was going to give to you and Jai. It's just about that. If you want me, if you didn't read the email, I can read out what I wrote to you right now. I promise you it's not too personal, and I promise you you'll be happy. I can read it out now. Jamie says, yep, I'm an Aries. Biff, you're right. So a lot of people don't really, do you know what really gets me? People take a look at me and they don't understand how spiritual I am. Because like sometimes first impressions last. But I'm very spiritual. I'm very supernatural. I am educated enough on star sign to understand, what star signs are compatible, blah, blah, blah. What star signs are what and whatnot. And I feel like, I think that like it's been a very long time coming since males could come out and say this shit, and especially someone like myself, do you know what I mean? Who like some people would call a gangster. I've never ever called myself a gangster. I think that's a fucking internet term. I don't like it, but and I think that it's funny that like, yeah, I'm quite spiritual. Like I'm actually that spiritual. I have all of my ghost hunting equipment right here beside us. This is some ghost hunting equipment right here. That's called a parapod. Oh. This was the first ever digital spirit box ever made. So I kept that because I love it. So a lot of people don't know this, but I've got 175,000 followers on TikTok. I am still today Australia's largest paranormal investigator or ghost hunter, whatever you want to call it. That's what I used to do on TikTok. That's what created YouTube, because I used to do ghost hunts. I know people don't believe in ghosts and they're going to say, what the fuck? But here's the truth. I was doing ghost hunts 2 years before Spaniard was doing ghost hunts. So who's copying who? But anyway, yeah, I was doing it. I was literally the first person in this country to, other than people like Paranormal Australia that are on like Channel 31 and YouTube and stuff like that, I'm the first social media identity to do live ghost hunts in Australia. And yeah, that's what made my YouTube. So I used to do live ghost hunts, and I used to use all this stuff here. This is called a K2, or what is the other name for it? A K2 or a EMF reader, so electromagnetic field reader. So this actually like will pick up if there's a change in electromagnetic field. So this is used right across the board. What else have we got here? This is called a spirit box. So this is no. This is called a REM pod. This is called a REM pod. This is by Spirit Tech. So these people actually have reached out to me in the last couple of months and want to sponsor me. So when I was doing ghost, tell me what you guys think. Yeah, when I was doing ghost hunting, and might I say, had 175. I haven't even lost 1,000 followers in 2 years on TikTok since I haven't been ghost hunting. But I had almost 200,000 followers, and I asked these guys if they would sponsor me, being one of the only ghost hunting equipment providers in Australia. And they said to me, when you get more YouTube subscribers, contact us again. You know, I thought it was a little bit rich that they contacted me last year and said, this is called a REM pod. They contacted me, so this was actually given to me from Stacey's Paranormal in Tasmania. Yeah. But I thought it was a bit rich that they offered me a sponsorship last year. Yeah, when I was literally, I think they seen me, like the way I look at the time. Oi, gunhead! I'd be rapt to see what you could pick up on your equipment. So I've got more equipment that I don't have here that I've got in my cupboard. But I also have an SLS camera. So if you guys don't know, so an SLS camera, if you guys have been gamers and you've been an Xbox gamer, you'll know that Xbox Connect came out and they use what's called an SLS camera, which is, if you don't know, it's when your Xbox, when you turn it on and your whole house is dark, but you can see those blue dots all over wherever your Xbox is because they use a SLS camera. So I can't remember the exact terminology, but I think it's like surface land something. But anyway, what do you think of Nathan Patterson? Look, when anyone asks me about any other prison or jail creators, I say the same thing. I have nothing but respect for people who can, like, especially people like myself, Patos, Mannion, all of those people who were recidivists, which means you were constantly going back to prison for the same thing. So for me, it was always, I've never been to jail, prison, for anything other than violent offences. I am a serious violent offender. I am what's dubbed a serious violent offender by the magistrate, and that's a title that will stick with me forever. But I always say the same thing. I have nothing but respect for people who can at least try something else to make money. But especially if people are trying to put a message out there to the youth. Now, not all of these people do this, and I still have the same respect. I think that anyone that can turn their life around from doing crime every day and getting locked up and all this shit to doing social media and putting themselves on show and being vulnerable, and I've got nothing but respect for them people. So I get asked a lot about Spaniard, and I also say the same shit that I say every time. I don't know what happened with his content in the last 6 months. Yeah. Commodores is like Biffy is 100% rehabilitated. His goal is to stop young offenders going inside, and he always says, "Don't do drugs and crime, and you won't end up in prison." As a matter of fact, I say that at the end of every single video because it's something I stand by. And so I've been asked to do. So a lot of people don't know that the last 18 months of my prison sentence, I said that I wanted to change my life, right? And so I got myself involved in the schools program, which, let me tell you, is a very, very strict criteria to be involved in that program. And I had to toe the line for a very long time to be involved in that program. And I didn't even know back then that I wanted to do YouTube. I wanted to do social media. I knew nothing about it. I've told the story about I was sitting in my cell, seeing the news article about people. It was actually about the ex-criminals that are making money off YouTube. It was a negative newscast, but it made me think, fuck, people are doing that. And I would have never imagined in my world, if you had have said to me back then at my prison sentence that in 4 years' time, you're going to be in front of tens of thousands of people, well, hundreds of thousands of people. I've got hundreds of thousands of followers across all platforms, and talking in front of people, telling my story, I probably would have chin-checked you, I promise you. Just because I would have been like, how dare you fucking speak out of school like that? And I probably would have chin-checked you, and then I'd be like eating my words today because here I am. You are our Aussie Spaniard. Plenty of room for all. Love each other. Fuck yeah. And I always say this, like, you've never, ever heard me shit on another creator when I could definitely, like, believe me, I have got so much fucking bullshit what people send me about other creators that I have no interest in paying any attention to. But, yeah, I believe that there's room for everyone, and we're all fucking come from the same background. So yeah, I've got zero hate. Spaniard got a lot of sponsorship, who has an agenda. He's sold out big time and legit hates his fans based on Sydney friends. Look, I would even, oi, good night, Lisa. Or if that's you saying good night, Evie, sorry if I missed the combo. You know, I always love to have you here, Evie, and I am so sorry that whatever happened that made you feel like you were blocked or you weren't allowed. I'm so sorry that happened. You are, like I said before, a very integral part of this team, and you always have been and always will be. Watching you fade away. You're on the high more than you ever loved. So, I'm just gonna go offline for a little bit. I'm not literally going offline, but I'm just saying I'm going off going off my tangent for a little bit, and I said in my premiere tonight that I would talk about what happened today in regards to my copyright claim. So I don't get copyright claims very often. I'm very good at what I do here. Although I have been on YouTube since 2022, I've only been doing like serious content like this since 2024. Yes, there is videos of me prison content from 2022, which was my very first video, and I don't think I posted another video for 12 months. But like, really, I've been doing this for 2 years. And I consider myself, now I've said this to other creators before, that I toe the line of copyright sometimes when I talk about some of the things I do and I show some of the news clippings and stuff that I show. I toe the line of copyright all the time because, as you guys know, and I think that's why a lot of you guys like to be here, because I never ever take it away from what it is. And if I've got something to say, I'm going to fucking say it. And especially if it's something that people are too scared to say or generally don't feel comfortable saying, well, guess what? Biff's riding his element and I don't give a fuck. But for me to get a fucking copyright claim on something that I've been using, I'm talking about my video, my every video intro video, for me to get a copyright claim on that is fucking bonkers. So you guys all know, now I'm not saying that this copyright claim came from anywhere. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is I got one. I've been using that intro on every single video that I drop for 9 months now. Now, what's funny is I don't even want to say it because I don't want the people to do it, but this is how fucking real I am to you legends. So if these people were smart, they actually could have done that copyright claim, what they done today, and gone bang, 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 and done so many more videos if that's what they believed I was copywriting. But they didn't. They only done today's video. And so obviously I'm very outspoken. And if you're going to encroach on I'm trying to put a message out here. And if someone out of fucking 100% jealousy is going to put a copyright claim on me, well, guess what? I'm very outspoken. But I'm also not a fucking tacky high school fucking piece of shit. I could be putting expose videos out and making a dickhead of myself because I'm all up in my feels about getting a copyright claim for something that I shouldn't have got a copyright claim from. But I would like you guys to know that you should all be very proud of me today, because I took the diplomatic route on this, where I promise you guys, Biff never takes the diplomatic route. I always take the fucking dickhead route and do dumb shit, which is always what gets me into trouble. But I would like you guys to know that Biff took the diplomatic route today, and I literally argued my point. And I said, come the fuck on. If you were going to give me a copyright fucking thing, and I even dogged myself in on this video today, you literally, and I counted them, you literally have to give me a copyright on 263 videos, which is how many videos I've used with that fucking intro in 9 months. 263 videos. And I said, this copyright claim is an AI copyright claim. And I'll tell you, this is how much I understand the YouTube algorithm, right? I said, this is an AI copyright claim. They were like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, for me to get a copyright claim, my content, what you're saying that I'm posting, has to have been posted somewhere initially, at least one time. And they were like, yeah. And I'm like, so how the fuck am I getting a fucking copyright claim if not one person has ever posted this video except for myself? Right? Which absolutely made 100% fucking clear evidence of who made that claim. Oi, Bob, you fucking legend. Buttles, thank you for your fucking super duper. Sorry, I fucking missed it. But bang, thank you very much. But you guys will be very proud to know that I took the diplomatic route, and also I'm not fucking dumb. Like, I understand. I've been doing, although I've just said that, yeah. All right, my first video was posted on YouTube in 2022, but my first social media video was posted in 2021, which means I've been doing social media for 5 years. Like I said, I've got 175,000 followers on TikTok, and I have literally posted probably under 15 videos in 2 years and have lost under 1,000 subscribers. That speaks for itself, yeah? So I literally went in there today arguing my case, saying, how have I got this copyright claim? They were like, what are you talking about? I said, how the fucking hell have I got this copyright claim if no one else has produced this content except for myself? They actually, you could literally see them take a step back. No fucking contact was made for like an hour, and they came back and said, hey, you're fucking absolutely right. And I said, I fucking know I'm right. I wouldn't be here arguing my case like a fucking madman if I didn't know I was right. I know I'm right. I understand how this shit works, and yous have made a fucking mistake today. And you guys will even know that at the start of my premiere today, I said that I'm so sorry, but my intro video is going to have no sound. I will explain why in my live. This is why. Because some fucking piece of shit has come and made a copyright claim against me. Now, I need to be 100% transparent. I'm not saying that anyone made a copyright. I know who made the copyright claim against me, but I'm not pointing my finger at anyone. I'm not that tacky. I'm not a fucking high school child. I'm not. I'm a fucking grown man, and I deal with things in grown man ways. And so, yeah, I actually tackled this thing very diplomatically, and you guys should be very proud of me, because I actually was so offended. I'm not even gonna lie. So if said person had have been in my general vicinity at that time, I swear to God, I literally, they would have been picking up their teeth with broken fingers. I swear to God. I would have given them that many lefts, they'd be begging for a right. JD, you fucking legend. Douche. But yeah, and so I need you guys to understand, right? So if someone makes a copyright claim against you, I need you guys to understand this. You can't just make a copyright claim, yeah? You need to show some kind of evidence that, if you were making it against me, that the content that I'm putting out there has your content in there. And not only that, you have to prove that that's your content, right? I'm a fucking cowboy at this shit. I've been around for a long time. I survived the fucking TikTok days. I survived the TikTok COVID days. That says a lot. And so, and not only, I survived those days when I was doing the most hated fucking content on the internet, which was ghost hunting. Not many people believe in the paranormal. And then what made it worse is I was an ex-prisoner, ex-bikie that was doing this. And, yeah. But anyway, tackiness, treachery gets a mention, but just know that Uncle Biff today went, check, right? First I said check, and I said check because of this. Are you sure you want to go down this road with me? I said check, just letting them know that I had them in check. And then I said, are you sure you want to go down this road with me? Now, that's not a threat. That's reality. I'm very smart at what I do, and I am absolutely I make it quite clear. I played cat and mouse with the homicide squad, the armed robbery squad, the armed defenders squad, like every fucking task force they have out there, I played cat and mouse with. So a creator is just like, a little blip in the road. And so I did that today, and I came out great guns, guys. I need you guys to know that I took this head on, and I need you guys to know that when if you get a copyright claim, so they will say things like this: this copyright claim has not affected your page, although you can't get paid for this video, right? And so even though that's fair enough, but I 100% believe that I was not copywriting. So I need you guys to know that if you review your copyright claim and your copyright claim still gets found as a copyright, you are a chance at losing your page. So know that was a chance at happening today, right? When I did what I did today, I knew that was a chance. That if for some reason, and I have hard luck tattooed on my knuckles, guys. Oh, well, you can't see it because I've got my big fucking whopping fucking Viking ring on. All right, let's see where it went now. But I have hard luck tattooed on my knuckles for a reason, yeah? Is because if I didn't have hard luck, if I didn't have bad luck, I really wouldn't know what the word good luck meant. And so, obviously, things like that, that's what I got the tattoo for. Things are changing a lot. And so I thought to myself today, when I pressed, yes, I understand the conditions of this review, which meant, I need you guys to understand, which meant this, that if my claim had have gone through as a 100% claim, guess what would have happened? I probably wouldn't have had a channel anymore. But for the sake of 100% honesty and truth, I did what I did today. And I did it for you guys, because I'm not going to have someone come into here and encroach on my positivity and try and make it a negativity and say that I am putting out content of theirs when I was gifted something. Like, I was gifted that said video I'm talking about. Now, I'm not even saying that that's the same person who made this copyright claim. But I did what I did today and put everything on the line for the sake of everything that I talk about here on our page, which is the truth and what needs to be spoken about. And I put everything that I've worked so hard for in the last few years on the line at the chance of losing my page today, but knowing damn well that I am the only person that's ever put this content out. So how the fuck can there be a copyright claim against me when the only person who has ever put this content out is me, right? I understand social media enough to know that I was, for once in my life, in a winning position. And I knew that. And so tonight's video, I can't even tell you guys, that copyright claim got cleared at 6:59, right? So, which meant that video was not going to go ahead tonight. At 6:59 tonight, that copyright claim got cleared, and that video still got put out as a premiere at 7 p.m. I'm sitting here going, fuck, have I made the right decision? Like, what have I done? Like, I know I'm standing up for what is right, but I literally could lose everything that I've worked so hard for just for standing up for what is right. And here's the truth, guys. I'd do it again tomorrow, because no one, and I mean fucking no one, you could put a gun to my head today and say, I'm taking your page off you. And I promise you, I would take a bullet proudly, saying, you ain't taking shit off me. I have worked so hard for us. I have worked so hard for what this is right here. This is right here. See this right here? The most unique YouTube community, and I've worked so hard for this. And I promise you, I'd put that on the line every single time, 10 times a day, to make it right. But just know, guys, that I would never, ever, ever do anything that would jeopardize what we've got here. So just know that I would never, ever do that. And like I said before, I toe the line of copyright all the time when I make reaction videos and make videos, this and that. But I would never, ever, ever deliberately do anything that would make what we've got right here stop. And I need you guys to know that. And which is why I went in today with 100% tenacity and went in literally fighting like a fucking, it was like a bare knuckle fucking brawl, I'm telling you. Bang. And here we are today. And I'm telling you, at 6:59, and that video was booked in for 7 p.m. At 6:59, that, so what happens is you get a claim, and then you get a chance to either, so say for instance, I could have deleted my intro, and that would have made it game over. But guess what? When I posted a video tomorrow, I would have had the same thing. So I was like, no, I'm not going to have someone come in here and tell me how to run my page. I've worked very, very, very fucking hard with every single one of you legends in the chat here beside me the whole way. And you guys deserve more than me to just curl over like a little bitch and say, yes, I made a copyright fucking mistake, blah, blah, blah. Fuck that. I am more of a man than that, and we have worked so hard to get to where we are today on this. And yeah, I would do it again tomorrow, legends. And that's as real as it gets. I can't be any more transparent than that. And I always say to you guys that I pride myself on my transparency. Sometimes it's a little bit too much for some people, but it is what it is. Oi, Matthew Aiken, you fucking legend. Integrity, it's rare these days. You have it. Thank you so much. Hey, Melinda. So actually, I'm going to chuck this here. So Melinda says, hey, Biff, when you're traveling the world, please don't forget about us and stay humble, unlike some other channels. I am the only channel here in Australian, well, that does prison and crime, that goes live as much as I do. I am the only person that recognizes their subscribers for making me able to do what I do. I think a lot of people and creators, especially in my field. Now, I know you guys are going to be thinking, but he just said this 5 minutes ago. Yes, I did. And I'm now saying this, that a lot of people take for granted who made them what they are. And you guys know, I every single part of everything I do is for you guys. I do these live chats and come on here and put myself on show and be vulnerable for you guys. And you know what? You guys do the exact same thing for me. You come on here and be vulnerable and tell your stories and stuff, and which is exactly why I'll always fight for you legends. And I think that although I have respect for everyone who can turn their life around after being in prison, there are still creators out there that are trying to tell people that they have lived the life that I've lived when they 100% have not. And I will come on here right now tonight and every single time and say that. I will say that, how the fuck can you 6 months ago be doing this content and saying that you were, let's say, a CEO, and today say you're a gang member? Or this, I just don't understand it. And so I never have respect for them creators, but for the real creators that have actually done prison time, have actually been in gangs, have actually been in bike clubs. I've got nothing but respect for them people that can turn their life around. But if you want to do a video about you like tearing up about losing your CEO position or your corporate position, I've got no love for that. Especially when then people want to come on here and try and tell people that they've been something that they're not. Yeah, this is what I think. You ready? That's what I think about that. But in saying that, I give you guys my word that I'm traveling Australia before I travel the world. So just know this, right? This is exactly how this will work. I am a Victoria boy. I will travel Victoria up and down until we have travelled every last place. What's my thoughts on Wes Watson? Straight up the wazoo with Wes is what I say. You have a look at Wes. 6 months ago, Wes had arms like, well, not even like that. Do you know what I mean? Wes, 6 months ago, you know what I mean? Wes was like topping the chain, looking fucking schmick. Fast forward 6 months, I don't understand. I don't agree with what Wes done. I don't agree with what he did in the gym that day. I also don't agree, like, trust me, I'm a creator. I know what it's like when people come up to you and try and fucking get you in trouble. But also, at the end of the day, you're a man. You're a husband. You're a father. You've got to act accordingly. So you don't fucking on camera with 6 of your mates punch the shit out of someone on camera. Nah. Although I say I have nothing but respect for anyone who can get out of prison and turn their life around, come on here and do their thing, I've got zero respect for that. Zero. Absolutely zero. And here's the truth. I speak to, well, as you guys know, we had fucking Duo Rock come on 2 nights ago, join our live. He is, I don't know if you guys understand, that guy is the shot caller for the whole Californian Crips, right? It doesn't get any more deeper than that. That guy has been in prison for 31 fucking years. And I don't know. He's not joining other creators' channels. That's all I'm saying. And like, I even admitted it the other night. I was like, fuck, bro, I'm half fanning out that you've actually joined my live, bro. I know who you are. I know what you're about. And like, at this time, we'd actually done a little bit of chat through one of our legends subscribers here on the chat here. And I actually was really taken aback that he joined my live, our live, and But yeah, what a fucking spin out that was. That will be some good content. But yeah, I need you guys to understand that guy isn't just like an everyday run-of-the-mill prisoner. That guy is the head of the head. As you guys know, the California prison system is the most unforgiving prison system in America. It is the most dangerous. More people die in the California prison system than any other prison in America. And yeah, this guy is, I don't know if you guys understand what a shot caller is, but if you guys don't understand what a shot caller is, there's actually a movie out called Shot Caller. Yeah, I recommend you see that one. This guy is the highest of the high that they get. It does not get any higher than that. So yeah, like I said, I don't see Duroc fucking joining anyone else's channel. I think it speaks for itself. Sorry guys, MS again. I'm gonna have to go to the toilet. I am sorry. Oi, actually, Gunhead, you fucking legend. Oi, Gunhead is the absolute gunny from the West. He's one of our awesome moderators, and he's always got the fucking good info. This one right here is, so if you guys want to fucking, follow Duroc and get in and follow him. So what is actually unique about him? He is actually in prison right now. He is in prison. He does podcasts from his prison cells. He interviews people from his prison cell. This is all from Supermax Prison in California. All right, guys, back in a moment.
Yeah. Sometimes that phone call changes everything. 1 minute you're chilling. Next you're racing through the night trying to save your brother.
I wrote this song about one of my life experiences.
Phone starts ringing, middle of the night. Heard his
Not
voice
me
from the
singing
set,
I Made It On Sooner, but I wrote the words.
Think twice, just grab my keys. Heartbeat thunder while I cut through the streets. Rain on the glass, lights flash blue. Every second felt like it was slipping through. Wind in my face, praying under my breath. Please, brother, please don't let it be death. Every mile was a war with time, and I swear I could feel that line between too late and just in time, slipping further away each time. By the time I hit that block, he was lying there bleeding on the asphalt rock. Two shadows ran, one hit the ground, the other disappeared, never turned around. I dropped to my knees, said hold on my friend. He whispered we were brothers to the end. Blood on my hands, I could barely breathe. Flashing lights coming down the street. Told him I'm sorry I didn't get here fast. He smiled weakly, said we all got a past. Tears hit the dirt, sirens scream. I saw his eyes fade like a broken dream. One last breath, one last look. That moment's burn where my heart once stood. Can't wash away what I saw that night. Still see his soul in the dashboard light. I replay that call again and again. His voice still saying, you're my brother, my friend. By the time I hit that block, he was lying there bleeding on the asphalt rock. Two shadows ran down, one hit the ground, the other disappeared, never turned around. I dropped to my knees, said hold on my friend. He whispered we were brothers to the end. Now every time the phone rings late, I hesitate, it feels like fate. You can lose a lot in this life of sin, but the hardest part's losing your twin. We rode together, fought the pain, now I ride alone. cold and rain. By the time I hit that block, my brother was gone, but the world still stopped. Two shadows ran, one met his fate, the other still haunts every breath I take. I held his hand, said I'll see you again. He whispered we were brothers to the end. Yeah, brothers to the end. Some bonds don't die. They just live on in the silence after the storm.
Yes, microphone's back on. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a deep song. It's actually, look, I'm not going to go into it. I literally, so if you guys heard, I turned my microphone off so you wouldn't have heard it. But as you guys know that have been watching my lives, I've been buying all these new fucking, I don't know what you call it, art maybe, art. Anyway, so like literally, I walked out the door, and so I swung the door open, and the door actually, so I've got like a C-shaped computer desk, and so like my door came open and literally smashed every one of these off the fucking. I love these things. This is actually my favorite one. So I collect anything that's like graffiti bears. So like, well, that particular one there is actually a specific artist there. I call it graffiti bears. It's actually not called that, but I mean, obviously this is just hydro dipped, but I mean, if you appreciate art, obviously I appreciate art. It's all over my fucking body, literally. This is actually, I don't know, it's a hard one because, like, I've got mini ones of the, like, I've got this guy here too, and then I've got like mini ones of him too, like, which are pretty cool. And so every one of them is unique in their own way. So like, it's actually impossible. So I'll tell you, for instance, right? So with these two here, I actually ordered two of the same, but because they are so like, I don't know. So I don't know how to explain it, right? So, like, as you can see, these here are actually on paper the same, but like you can see quite clearly that they're not. But they have the exact same. So, as you can see underneath there, the Yankees, like say the Yankees logo, and as you can see there, the Yankees logo there. And then another dead giveaway is so like the Marlboro sign, but it says asshole instead of Marlboro. So obviously they are on both. But even though I bought two of the same thing, because I understand how they're made, I know that it is actually. Oi, thank you, MPA. Oi, everyone. What are they? So they're actually called. So they are called balloon figurines. So this specific art that they are called, like if you are interested in collecting them, I will put you onto it. But yeah, but they are basically called like graffiti balloons. If you Google graffiti balloons, you will get to where you're supposed to be. So, but I don't only like, I've got heaps, and like I actually, so I don't know if you guys can, so it's hard to see. You guys only literally see like maybe 50% of my office at most times. So as you can see up there, I've got more. So that there is actually my serial killer painting. So that painting was actually painted for me by Victoria's worst serial killer. I'll see if I can get this close. So if you have a look here, you can see there, how that's a different color than the rest of the picture. That is because the serial killer's name is under that, and because he's a serial killer, it's illegal for him to sign his art out. And so what we actually done was we put, if you look really closely, you can see that that's blue painter's tape. And then what he actually did was painted the exact same painting underneath that, but put my name on there. So that's quite unique. So that one is done by one of, well, Victoria's worst serial killer. And so this painting right here was actually given to my mum on a visit one day by Ange Goosis. So Ange Goosis was one of my closest friends in prison. And so you might know the name. He's the person who is doing 35 years right now for the he was the person who was charged with killing Lewis Kane and Lewis Moran. And so that painting there is actually at Pellegrino's. And so I was born in Carlton. My mum was born in Carlton. My mum's mum was born in Carlton. And yeah, we're very, very Carlton people. And so like we actually all barracked for Carlton and all that. But that's actually Pellegrino's on Lygon Street in Carlton. So me and Ange used to have our visits together. So like his mum used to come in, and his brother and all that. And then my mum would come in and visit, and we'd have our visits together. And so my mum and Ange actually formed a really, really close friendship. And my mum used to say to me, because although my mum's had like two very fucking criminal buffhead fucking kids, it was still very surreal for her when we were older. And like say for instance, we'd be in Barwon and Tony Mockbell would be on visits, and he'd walk past and say g'day to me and my brother, and my mum would be like, was that Tony Mockbell? And we'd be like, yeah. And yeah, it was just weird for my mum. But then what was crazy was my mum was like, obviously she knew what Ange was in prison for, which he still to this day protests his innocence, and obviously there's a lot of things in play where that proves Ange is innocent. So the same person who pointed the finger at Ange for committing those crimes pointed the finger at him. So you guys might remember the vampire gigolo murder. So my friend Ange was the main suspect in that, and he bet that in court. And so the same person who snitched on him on that lies. They're snitches, but they are 100% lies. And yeah, we hope that one day soon that Ange is free from prison, because yeah, he's definitely doing prison time right now because he's solid and didn't open his mouth. Oh, thank you, Mike. Thank you. Mike's just said happy birthday, but it is just gone the 27th, and my birthday is the 28th. But I appreciate it very much. Thank you for remembering. Yeah, it is my birthday. Well, in 24 hours, it will be my birthday. And I'll be 21 years old. Crazy. How time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, no, obviously I am turning 43. I actually have, so, like I said before, I have Pisces are very, very, very dominant in my family. My mum's a Pisces. Actually, my mum's an Aries. I'm a Pisces. My youngest son's a Pisces. So my son's about to turn 18 on Monday. And then on the 20th, my middle son is about to turn 21. And then in June, my eldest is about to turn 24. I'll tell you what, when you have children, you really, 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 it seems like you forget time. And it's like when your children turn teenagers, you're like, holy fuck, where did my life go? Mad Mick says, I met a bloke 20 years ago. His name was Shifty. He would have been 60 plus back then, somewhat known in the Carlton area. I think I know exactly who you're talking about. And so, as a matter of fact, the reason they call him Shifty is because his last name was Swift. And so he was either known as Swifty or Shifty. And so if you know, you will know that what I'm saying is correct. And so, yeah, Swifties or Shifty has been dead for. Oh, thank you, legends! Everyone saying happy birthday. Yeah, but yeah, Swifty's been dead now for maybe, I don't know, maybe 10 years, could be 15. I don't know. Fuck yeah, thank you, everyone. All your birthdays in 48 hours. So your birthday is obviously the 1st of March. So I am born obviously on the 28th of February, which is one day before a leap year. So this is what we never understood. So I always used to say to my mum, what would have my birthday been every year if I was born a day later, right? So if I was born a day later, obviously it's a leap year, blah, blah, blah. So my mum said this, and it makes sense. So everyone who is born on the 29th of February has their birthday on the 1st of March. I never fucking understood this. You're born in February. Now, even though you're born in a date in February that only comes around every 4 years, you're still born in February. Why would you not make your birthday the 28th of February rather than the 1st of March? I understand why they do it, but myself, my mother, my family, we were like, you know, if you were born a day later, and yeah. Oi, everyone, thank you for the fucking support in the chat, as always. You guys are fucking legends too. Thank you so much. I don't know. So, can we get a thumbs up in the chat? Can we get a thumbs up in the chat if anyone has noticed that I've put quiz questions in our last two premiere videos? So, our last two premiere videos, I've put secret quiz questions in there that you could only possibly know the answers to if you've been watching me as often as you legends do. Can I get a thumbs up if you guys noticed the quiz questions? Oh, fuck yes. Got my 60th in just over 2 weeks. Oi, happiest 60th birthday for just over 2 weeks. Do you know what I love about my new Sony camera? Like, as you guys know, you can tell too. So obviously when I knocked over all my statues before I knocked over my camera, and you, oh shit. And you can 100% notice, like, if I touch the camera, you can notice that I haven't put the fan on it. Grab your keys, take a leak. Is your name on YouTube same as your handle? Mad Sadza? Thank you, Sands. And thank you, everyone else who's wishing me happy birthday. Oi, legends, I am going to be jumping off. I don't know, sometime soon. I'm just going to say soon. If you guys didn't, I've actually been live for 3.5 hours right now. So also, I just want to take a look at something. So I'm really, really happy with the way my content is going lately. So thank you, all you legends, for tuning to every video. Tonight's video was another record breaker. Let's just have a quick look here. I did not expect that. I did not expect that. Holy fucking shit. So, obviously, I haven't had a chance to look at my video for over 3 hours, 3.5 hours. So, you guys won't be able to see what I can see. But my video has got 10,500 views in under 5 hours. Holy fuck. That is insane. What the fucking hell? I knew, like, when I left, that actually was rated number 2 out of all my videos. Now it's rated number 1 by far. So my, not yesterday's video, my day before's video got 10,000 views in 12 hours. So yeah, this is a new record. So we've hit 10,500 views in under 5 hours. So I don't know what it will show for you guys. I obviously can see it differently than you guys, but I'll tell you what it looks like for you guys. Holy fucking shit. Thank you, legends. I was not expecting that. I am just going to be straight up. Like, I knew it said it was number 2 out of all my videos, which I knew it was going to be a good one. All right, but you guys can see that it's showing 7,400 views in 5 hours. But yeah, I can promise you that it has got 3,100 more views than that. And that is a record breaker for me in the last I've got videos that have done better than that, but for the last couple of months, that one's a fucking winner. Absolute fucking legends. Holy shit. That actually blew my mind. I am not going to lie. I knew that it was doing well. Like, I can see, obviously, I don't know what it is, but for the first 12 hours, I can see it's like I see 2 hours ahead of what you guys see. So obviously, my camera right now shows me 10,500 views in under 5 hours. And on YouTube, it shows you 7,400 in 5 hours. So there's a big gap there. But yeah, that one's an absolute fucking record winner. It's my best video that I've had in, I think, about 3 months. Let's go. Fuck yes. Oi, legitimately legends, that one blew my mind. I am not going to lie. I must get better fucking. Well, maybe I might have to get new. I have to get better tripods for these lights. I've got, when I use my big lights, but because it was fucking too hot, I used these ones. I don't know if you guys can see. I don't want to fucking blind you. But I use these ones, which are, I don't know if you guys know technology. I don't know much about technology, but I know enough about what I use. So these lights are only 2,500K, but my big lights, what I use every single video for my podcast videos, this and that, they are 6,000K. I have 69 in my live. Let's fucking go. Your dog's barking in her sleep. Oi, my dog does that too. Do you know what it is? Oi, so you know when your dog barks in their sleep, they're actually having a nightmare. So it's old wives' tales. Remember the old adage of when, like if your kid's having a nightmare or if someone's having a nightmare, it's like bad to wake them up. That's bullshit. Old wives' tale. As much as cracking your knuckles is a lie. All that is doing is releasing the air from in between your joints. As a matter of fact, if anyone can stop breaking shit. I know. Do you know what? I fucking know. And I've noticed it now that my fucking my studio is so compact with bullshit. I notice it. But I promise you, I've never done that one before where I knocked over all my fucking little figurines. That's a new one. So I know how to stop that from happening. But luckily, it's my favourite character. See? Harry Pothead. That's Harry Pothead. Regardless of what story you've rated by fucking J.K. Rowling, that's Harry Pothead. Ready? I'll show you. Harry Potter. Put me Harry Potter glasses on. They're also legend glasses from, true story? Do you know the reason why I got these glasses? So they're very, very Dame Edna Edridge-esque. But I love these. If you guys have seen Legend, the movie with Tom Holland, who plays the Cray brothers. So these are the glasses what Reg Cray used to wear. And I seen these and I had to get them. But here's the truth. I promise you guys, I do not have one pair of prescription glasses that aren't retro as fuck. All right, so we got these ones, right? These are my 19 fucking 50s gangsteress. And then we've got, well, these ones that I had on before, which are very retro. And if I'm honest, I've got these in black and white. Bang. And then we've got these bad boys here. Turtle shell. What's crack-a-lackin'? What's up? And then we've got, no shit, we've got my fucking found sunglasses collection. This is my set of Ray-Bans. I'm not even fucking kidding. Last time my mum came to visit me, right, we were driving, and we were driving literally only 2 doors away. And I said to my mum, Mum, stop. She said, why? I said, I've seen something on the ground. And I promise you, you've never met anyone that finds anything like me. And I promise you, I don't steal. I literally have a knack for finding things. But anyway, look at that pair of Ray-Bans. Bit of a unique pair of Ray-Bans, actually. As you can see, they're 100% real. Dunayui, these are on the road. And they were exactly what because I said, Mum, they look like a pair of Ray-Bans. These are the Ray-Bans. No shit. These are the last ones I told you in last night's live, or the night before, actually. I found these in my house. I've lived in my house for 6 months. 6 months, yeah? And literally looking through my cupboard the other day, and these were found. Not only were these found, but these are brand new, unscratched, and like special edition Oakleys. Look at that. If anyone knows who that signature is, let me know, because that will maybe be able to help me pick who left these sunnies here. But here's the truth. No one has been to my house. I am very private, and no one has been to my house except for my mum, JJ, and my children. Like, no one has been, like, I'm very private. Where did these come from? Yeah, they are very Roy Orbison. I literally am, my brain is working overtime thinking of one Roy Orbison song, except for the same Roy Orbison song that everyone would know. I bought my first set of glasses when I ran out of arms to read the paper. That's gold. Good sunglasses are expensive. So, these sunglasses here are actually, I checked them out. Fuck, you can see I'm fucking sweating my ass off here. And I turned the fucking big lights off, and I'm only using these little fuck off lights. But obviously they still put out heat. If I drop one more thing tonight, maybe I should start up drinking again. Oi, I can't tell you guys. If you guys have a PC and if you guys game, you can get these things here. This is the best duster you've ever brought in your life. So, if you've got a gaming PC, or so I've got, just so you know I'm not talking shit, yeah? I've got, here's my setup, right? I've got, let's step back and take a look here. Here's one of my gaming PCs, which has got, if you might, yes, that is Jax from Sons of Anarchy when he's in prison. If you don't believe me, he's even got the Sons of Anarchy's fucking tattoo on his arm there. Anyway, that is one of my gaming PCs. Boof. and then we've got another gaming PC right there. And if you have a look up here, we've got my Xbox, which is just one of my Xboxes, just kicking back there. Yes, I have. Yes, I have a Rick and Morty Xbox. All right. Since we're showing my setup, fuck it. Here we go. Here's my fucking Harry Potter collection. I don't just have Harry Potter. I've got Bloody Baron, George Weasley, which is Ron Weasley's dad. I've got Gilderoy Lockhart. I've got Albus Dumbledore. I've got Harry Potter. I've got Ron Weasley. I've got, you know, Dobby, the fucking AKA Dobby Max. And I've got one that I just dropped off the shelf, which is Hermione, come here. I promise you, I didn't watch a porno. Hermione, come here. When I said what I just said, I actually meant it. When people were saying to me, bro, have you seen the Hermione porno? I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you saying? That is a child in Harry Potter, bro. That is sick. Don't fucking say that shit to me. Anyway, it was AI apparently. They got to do a bit. Oh, do you want to know something? So, I can show you what I would look like as a Biff pop vinyl because Rhonda Searle, our absolute legend, made me these awesome photos. What about this one? You know how when people always ask me, is that a fucking teardrop? See what it says? It's a freaking raindrop, dickhead. As you guys know, people always ask me if I've got a teardrop, and I say, it's not a teardrop, it's a raindrop. Anyway, but I'll show you. Give me a second. Here we go. This is what I would look like as a pop doll. What a handsome pop doll that is. Look at me go. You can tell. Look at the hands. Look at the hands. Let me just get some free hands here. Look at the hands they've done here. You can tell that they have made those hands so you can stick the gun figurine in that. That's like criminal racist or something. Biased. Something. Whatever. You know what, Rhonda? Oi, Rhonda, whether you're here, I think you may have gone by now. And so Rhonda sent me actually a lot of stuff. I've got a private post box. A lot of people asked me to get one. I never had one, but you legends want to send me presents for some reason, and I absolutely fucking love that. It's awesome. I still don't know how to take that. I'm very much so I'm the person, yeah. I'm the person where, like, here's an exact, like, a truth reality. So I'm the person who hasn't got enough money to put food on the table. This I'm talking about back in the day. Why I said an exact reality. So I'm one of those people who never had enough money. If I didn't have enough money to put food on the table for my children and someone offered me $100, I'd be like, I can't take that, bro. You know, I'm too proud, and I would always make shit happen. You know, which was usually illegal. I'm not going to lie. And for those of you that must know, the last drink that I got, I actually went and I got a seeing as everyone thought I was, I went and topped up with one of them, just so you guys know. Well, I actually love these, what Rhonda done. Look at that one. All right, so this right here, I said to you 2 days ago, Rhonda, that this thing here is going to get a permanent spot in the studio. So give me a moment. I'm about to give you your permanent spot in the studio. How? All right, give me 1 second. I just need to get my blue tack. What would you do if I said I do? Would you stand up and walk down on me? Lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song. Come in here. Want to say hello to everyone? Again? What's your boy? Bluetooth? Bluetooth? Oh, you snobby fuck. What the fuck? There he is. No, it's not. What the? All right, Rhonda. When I find that picture, you know what though? You gave me this one, and this is going up. So, if you guys have not seen my video of this on my page, you guys need to see that. It is my most heartwarming, I believe, one of the most heartwarming videos that I've done. It's about a bird that I caught. That was a wild bird. So this bird here used to come and visit me every day, right? So I used to throw feed out at the same time every day. This bird used to come every day. I gained his trust. He started trusting me. He would like jump on my hand and feed out of my hand, blah, blah, blah. And then I used to take him back into my unit and just let him chill in the unit with us boys for a bit. And then, yeah, I was like, you know what? I think you would have a better life with me because, right, the reason I say this, when I found Willie, so this is Willie. This is my cockatiel that I found in prison, and I had him as a pet. So, very fucking heart-wrenching story, actually. So, anyway, what would happen was Willie actually thought he was a pigeon. So, there's no two ways about it. He would rock up to the prison every day with about 20 other fucking pigeons. And so I would throw food to him every day, but I'd feel bad about doing it because the pigeons would peck at him every day because he was different to them, blah, blah, blah. And then they started doing this big poisoning regime around the prison where they started poisoning all the pigeons. And I was like, well, you're not fucking poisoning my bird. So one day I grabbed him and I walked him into the unit and I swear this is how it happened, yeah? I looked at him in the face and like had him in my hand, right? And I said, Willie, I think you'd be better off here with me. And so it was like this understanding between me and this animal that I can't even tell you yet. And he knew that he was better off with me than out there with the fucking scabby rat pigeons, right? And so anyway, I took him into so this is how tamed I had this bird, right? If you guys have not seen this video yet, type that in my fucking channel page and you will see a video that will fucking break your heart. And so anyway, I changed my whole life, right? So I was a gang member. I was like 100% very known prisoner for fucking putting bladed instruments inside people, generally above this area. I didn't care. I was very fucking nasty. Anyway, when I found Willie, right, I knew that if I was a good boy, that the screws would leave me alone, right? And so I started towing the line and I had this bird in my care. And so, true story, I made him a cage out of a box that was the toilet paper box. Anyone who's done prison will know it's a big box, yeah? So it's like, you know, kind of like your general moving size box that is like maybe, I don't know, fucking 70 by 70 centimeters square, like a decent box. And so I also took the back and the front off my fan and I cut circles in the box. So he had a back of his bird cage and a front of his bird cage. But I also made a trap door, right? So I made a door where he could go in there, and I also had it set up so like under my bed, it was kind of like this was at Port Phillip, and at Port Phillip you can lift your single cell beds up, right? So you can lift your single cell beds up, stick them to the wall, and they have these two little things that come out of the wall and lock your bed to the wall, right? And so I had Willie, and so I started teaching Willie, right? Because the thing was, I was at Port Phillip, very corrupt prison. I was high-profile prisoner. I knew that if I played my cards right, the right screws could know about my bird without me getting in trouble, right? And so I played it exactly like that. And I just was like, as dumb as this sounds, I'm like, I'm going to stop stabbing people. I'm going to stop bashing people. I'm going to stop, like, directing people to do things for me. And I stopped being a fucking, like, fuckhead prisoner, yeah? And I started towing the line. And so I had my bird at this stage for about 7 months. And for about 3 months, certain screws knew about my bird. So the manager of the whole area knew about my bird. The supervisor knew about my bird. And they just told me, just make sure when the time comes and like you're getting ramped, which is searched by security, that you make your bird gone. And I'm like, yeah, done. Don't worry about that. And so I can't even tell you, I mastered the art. So I used to get, I kind of need to get it. Just let me get something just quickly. All right. So say this is my jail wind cheater, my green jail wind cheater, right? And so every so often you would get like screws, the security coming through, which are, they're above the screws, yeah? So they know shit that the screws don't know. But certain screws are privy to the information of when you are about to be searched. And obviously, Port Phillip being the most corrupt prison ever, you would know. So anyway, I'll show you exactly what I used to do. So let's just say this is a green jumper. So I'm going to zip this up so it looks like it's a green jumper. But as a matter of fact, I'm not going to do that because otherwise I'll probably get my big fat guts out. But let's just pretend this is zipped up, right? So what used to happen, every so often we would get ramps or searches, but we call them ramps, right? And so, like I said, the area manager knew I had my bird, and they did not give a fuck because at the end of the day, if I'm not running blades into people, they were so fucking happy that they didn't have to write reports, blah, blah, blah. The supervisor knew about it, which was in my unit every single fucking day. And the manager is not in my unit, but they're like in enough. And anyway, so I had two of the main people knowing about it, but it still didn't give me a barley for having an illegal animal as a maximum security prisoner. So anyway, this is what I used to do, right? So anyway, I would get told that like security are on their way, right? So I would get usually told the night before. The screws that knew I had Willie would come and tell me, and they'd say, get Willie gone, right? And here's the truth. These motherfuckers had no idea how I was making my bird disappear, right? So here's the truth. So when it was just a normal, everyday fucking screw search, my bird would do one of two things, yeah? Which was taught to my bird. So he would do one of two things. So as soon as Screws walked into my cell, he would know that every single day Screws came around to do a buzzer check, right? So my bird knew that that was normal. But as soon as Screws were in my cell for one moment longer than my bird deemed longer than they should be, he would fly straight to my mate's cell, right? So straight from my cell, straight to my mate's cell. But what he would do before that, like I said, I made him a bird cage out of a box with a fan, right? So exactly the same size fan as this, yeah? So this was the front of his bird cage, and the back of this was the back of his bird cage. So that's like 27 centimeters, yeah? It's big enough for him to have not feel like he's a captive piece of shit. But my bird, we trained him, and we trained him to go to either one of two cells. So if something was going on in my cell, and usually I was always in my cell. So if my bird was in my cell, I was in my cell. And so if I made certain like hand movements and certain whistles, so like I said, I have involuntary auditory tics, right? I don't have Tourette's, but I have involuntary auditory tics where I say things that I don't mean to say, but it happens, right? So we had worked it that every time like I was going into a search situation, I would go into it and start going, fuck shit, right? So my bird knew when as soon as I started going, fuck shit, he would take off straight out of my cell, straight into my mates, two of my mates' cells, one of two, right? And so the reason we trained him to go into two cells is because if one of my mates' cells was getting ramped, which was very often the case, if I was getting ramped, usually my crew was getting ramped too. So anyway, we had trained him to go into two different cells. And so you're probably thinking, the screws are going to see a bird fucking come flying out of the cell. Here's the truth, right? So most of the time, every single unit at Port Phillip has one door open. They don't have the same air conditioning as new units have. So usually they have one door open in the unit. So all day long, and birds are forever flying in and out of a unit. So like you always see like pigeons, seagulls, fucking crows, even magpies. I've even seen an owl in there actually. And so I knew that like if my bird come flying out of my cell at 100 miles an hour, that the screws would shit themselves and just think it was like a willy wagtail or a pigeon that's in and out of the fucking unit anyway. So like I said, I trained him to do two things. So he would know, and when it got to a certain time frame and I thought that I was about to get ramped, I would start saying shit, fuck. Anyway, before that, my bird knew that he would go. So inside that bird cage, which was just a box, which was turned so the front side of the box was just a box. So underneath my bed, if you looked underneath my bed, it just looked like a box, unless you were having a really big look. And then you could see the two fan ends on each end of the box, right? And so anyway, we'd worked out this system really, really good. And so this is exactly what I would do. So I'm just going to tuck myself in so my guts doesn't hang out. But this is exactly what I would do. Just so you guys understand how I would hide my bird in the middle. Oi, everyone who says they need some shut-eye, Mads, absolutely, thank you for tuning in. Absolutely, get some shut-eye if needed, right? But this is what I used to do, right? So I would know, generally I would know that the screws were coming. And so the supervisor, which was one of the privy people that knew, which the supervisor knows everything that's happening, even when security are coming, rah. And so I would know that they were coming. So I would put so at Port Phillip, you can get these, I believe it's called polar fleece. These polar fleece hoodies are wind cheaters, which are zip-up hoodies from about here up there. So they're like, you know, those hoodies, you can like undo the zip and I say hoodies, but I don't mean hoodies. It's just my way of saying like jumpers. But they're like jumpers that are like polar fleece, like hikers and stuff wear them, you know. Anyway, they have those. And so the reason I would wear those is because of this. So they also had, so you would be getting searched and they would ask you to take your polar fleece off. And so they had pockets like this, yeah. But on the inside, you had this big square that was like that went all the way across your arm like that, but it had like a pocket where it was like the pocket from the pocket on the outside, but it was like an upside down pocket, if that makes sense. So obviously the insert of the pocket enters here, so the pocket's going to be upside down. But either way, you could go bang and stick something on the inside of that fucking pocket, and it would like, because it was sewed in along the bottom from where the pocket ended, and it was sewed in along the top, but it had this whole side missing here, right? And this was the polar fleece. So this is exactly what I used to do, yeah? So I used to go like this. It used to go one of two ways, and they would say, righto, strip, right? And I would have Willie. So let's say Willie's like, in all reality, Willie is no fucking bigger than this right here. So Willie is no bigger than this right here. He's very small. Yes, his wingspan makes him look a lot bigger, but in all honesty, if you can literally hold a cockatiel like that, right? And so this is what I used to do. One of two things. I'd go bang like this, and I would take my hoodie off, and he would be like here, straight under my arm like this, right? So as you can see, I'm holding him under my arm like that. I can jump around, do star jumps, whatever. He's not coming out, yeah? I am an expert at holding shit. And so anyway, I would do one of two things, and it would depend on who was searching me at the time. So they would say, take your jumper off. Now, keep in mind, I said there's a pocket right there. So I would go like this, as if to go bang and pull it off. You know how you pull your, like that, right? And so the first thing I would do is put my hands inside my hoodie like this. And Willie used to be underneath my arm and was a trained professional, never got scared, nothing. And so I'd put him under my arm, and he would just ball up, and he just loved. So I can't even tell you, I'll go into a bit of a story in a minute, but my bird used to get separation anxiety, right? This is how much this bird knew that he needed me, right? And so this is how much I love this bird. I've got MS. I was on a gluten-free diet. I used to get bread, gluten-free bread that was just full of seeds. I'd soak that bread in water, and I'd make all the seeds fall to the bottom, and I'd fucking then drain all the water out and dry the seeds. And that's what I used to do. That's how I used to feed my bird seed, because I was like getting gluten-free bread. Anyway, so I would get told, right? So keep in mind, I've been talking to you guys for fucking another 2 minutes, and guess what? Guess what's still under there? Just kicking back. You wouldn't even know, yeah? So let's just pretend like that hasn't even happened. So this is what used to happen, right? So I can't actually do the second one because I don't have a pocket there, but this is exactly what I used to do. I'd put my hand in like that. I'd take my jacket off like that, and I'd put my jacket down like that. And here's the truth, right? So when they grab your jackets, your jumper, whatever, all they're feeling for long, hard fucking, they're looking for shanks, yeah? They're not looking for soft fucking, it doesn't even matter how hard you squeeze Willie, he was never going to fucking squeal because he knew. And so I'd throw it on the ground like that, bang, and then they would pick it up, and they'd go like that to shake it out, and he'd be in the pocket, right? In the pocket. And so, like I said, it would happen one of two ways. So you'd either get one of two searches. So some screws are very thorough, where they want you to bend over, cough, and they literally want to look up your fucking date and have a look what you had for breakfast. Some screws, they really don't want to see your asshole and all that shit, yeah? So they're like, blah, blah, blah. So I literally used to do this. I wouldn't even, so anyway, keep in mind, this is Willie Bird. I'll put my hoodie back on. So keep in mind, I've still got Willie, yeah? And so the other one I used to do is when you know, so generally when it's not security that is searching you, you know you can you've got a little bit of fucking leeway to play a little bit differently. So anyway, so I said that I always used to keep Willie underneath my, so what I would do is, so this is a jumper and I would always have a singlet on underneath. So prison, you can have singlets, you can have t-shirts, blah, blah, blah. But I would always on purpose wear my polar fleece, my t-shirt and my singlet. And the reason I would wear my t-shirt and my singlet is because of this, is because I could literally do this. So I could say, I could have my bird underneath my arm like this, right? And I would have him that far under there like that. And I would have them, they'd say, put your hands up. I'd be like, yep, sweet. Look, guys, I've got my hands up as high as they can go. I know you guys can't see, but like, look, I can do anything a normal fucking person can do, yeah? But here's the truth. Here's my bird right here. Right here at all fucking times. At all times, yeah? Right there, hidden in my, underneath my arm. And so I've actually done this before, yeah? I've done another test with people before because they were like, how did you used to like carry a shank every day and not get caught? And I would say to people, the last time I done it to someone, I actually sticky taped 2 biros together, back to back like that. So they were like 17, 18 centimeters. And I put it down my pants and I said, right, so they are not allowed to cavity search you, rah, rah, rah. They can strip search you, everything, but I promise you, I can search something that is 17, I can hide something that is 17 centimeters. And I know some people are going to be thinking, like, you're obviously sticking it up your bum, but you're not, yeah? I promise you, I am not sticking it up my bum. And I can hide something that is 17 centimeters and not get found, and literally get stripped down naked and still not get found. And so it's a little bit of an art, but it's all like magician shit. It's like sleight of hand, really. Do you know what I mean? Like, the less attention they're spending down there and the more attention they're spending up here on your face is sweet. But anyway, so the second way I used to do it was, like I said, I would have Willie up my sleeve like this, and if I knew that it was a screws and it wasn't security and I was going to get away with it, it would be sweet, right? So they would say to you, righto, take the jumper off, mate. Now keep in mind, I have still got, right, just so you guys know that I'm not talking shit, look, right? So now, there's no secret hiding spots under arms, guys. Like I said, it's all sleight of hand and exactly what you say, yeah? So watch. This is underneath. Sorry, it fell, but this is underneath my arm, right? You can see, look, I am not taking this. Underneath my arm, look, right? I'm going to push that in there. Now, all I'm going to do is put my arm down here like this, yeah? That's all I'm doing. Like, seriously. Bang, you can see it's still there, yeah? You see it? Right. This is where the sleight of hand comes in. Right. So I can do the same thing again. It's like, what have you got on you? What have you got on you, Biff? No, I've got nothing on me, sir. Look, I promise you, nothing. Why are you fucking always picking on me for? All you fucking do is come around here and you fucking pick on me, and every single fucking time I get my fucking clothes off and I take all my fucking clothes off and you fucking do nothing and you find nothing. Like, seriously, sir, why are you doing this to me? Like, seriously, if you want to fucking have a search in my shirt, have a fucking search. Seriously, have a search, sir. Seriously. Why do you do this to me? Seriously. I am a fucking law-abiding prisoner, sir, and all you do is think that I am the worst person. Like, this is fucking bullshit. Leave me alone. Let me go on about my day, sir. Please. What have I done wrong to you? Seriously, leave me alone, sir. Right? So then, anyway, sir leaves you alone. So you're like, all right, thank you, sir. Thank you for being such an awesome fucking team player today. Thank you so much. As you can see, I don't do this illegal shit that you're always accusing me of doing. But here I am with the finger pointed at me every single day. Why do you do this to me? Like, why? Like, here I am. I'm trying to tell you peoples that I've changed my life. Like, I've changed my life. Seriously. Give me back my fucking white off. Seriously, I'm fucking sick of this shit. Seriously. And I'm out of here. Catch up. Cool. Like I said, it's 95% sleight of hand. It is 3% your fucking being able to navigate a situation with your words, and it is 2% your wit. Yeah. So I hope that you guys could actually see the reality of like what I did there, and how easy it was for me to make you guys believe that something else was happening from what was really happening. And yeah, like, here's the truth, you know what I mean? Like, Willie Bird was with me the whole time, and like never went away. Oi, good night, Adam. I'm sorry if I made you leave. But like, I promise you, if I could, like, if there was a way that I could really like strip down and show you guys, I would love to be able to do that. Like, I know that sounds gross and weird, but like, there's no way. What I mean is, there's no way for me to legitimately show you what actually is going on there. Like, I would literally have to stand there. I mean, naked in parts. You know what I mean? But I promise you, like, I have gotten myself through so many situations where I would have spent God knows how long in segregation in the slot for fucking dumb shit. But like, literally just the littlest bit of like practicing myself of sleight of hand. And like, here's the truth, right? Now, I was obviously explaining everything to you guys as I was going along. But here's the truth. If you guys didn't know what I was doing then, you wouldn't have known. And here's the truth. Guess what came out from under my arm at the end? Like, Willie, like I said, pretend this is the bird. And like I said, it's all sleight of hand. And magicians don't reveal their secrets. Exactly, like I am not either. I could have just went, you know, bada bing, bada boom, this is how I'm doing my tricks. But no, I let you know that I was doing sleight of hand. I let you know where I was storing things. And I still think me giving you all that information, I still done well to make it to the end and pull Willie out when I stripped down to a singlet and showed you guys underneath my arms, you know. Yeah. Wait, what's going on here in the chat? Let me just say something. Can I say something? Oi, if anyone in the chat, oi, regardless of what life you think you've lived, and if you agree with me on a lot of things, and if you might have even done prison time with me, here's the fucking truth, yeah? Regardless of the life we used to live, motherfuckers, do not come into my chat and come in here and start abusing and start bullying our absolute legend chaos crew members, right? Because I promise you, it is the fastest way to get the fuck off my page. I do not stand. I have zero tolerance for bullying, yeah? I need you to know. I need everyone to know that I have zero tolerance for bullying, yeah? And regardless, we might be sitting here talking about the craziest, hardest shit in fucking prison. Does not give you the fucking, like, it does not make it okay for you to come in here thinking that you're better than someone else in the chat and speaking to someone in our chat like you are better. Because, like, I promise you, that is bullying, and I have a fucking zero tolerance for bullying, and you will be so far assholed off my page and you will never ever come back. So, like, when I say I have a zero tolerance, so, like, usually with trolls, I can go, all right, we're going to, and don't worry, the mods know this too, we can, like, mute them for, like, 24 hours, which means they're never going to be able to talk again for the rest of this live, yeah? But I do not give a fuck. If you are bullying anyone on my page, you will get fucking arseholed so quick, and that will be the last time. And I don't know if you guys understand this. So if I ban you from my page, that bans your IP address, yeah? So you can say to yourself, oh yeah, I'm a fucking cocksucking troll. I'm going to create a new fucking profile and go back onto Biff's page and be a maggot. No, you can't. If you are banned from my page, you are never coming back. And it's as simple as that. You can't even write me an email and say, Biff, I'm so sorry, I didn't understand. Guess what? Fuck off. Eat a dictionary. We don't like bullies, and you can fuck off with the rest of the bullies. Yeah, I don't stand for bullies. If you ask me, bullies are in the same category as pedophiles, rapists, and yeah, that's the truth. And this is exactly the truth. So you'll find that bullies end up being rapists, pedophiles. You know why? Because they are fucking weak. They are the people that pick on animals, children, women. You know what I mean? They are the people that find solace in being tough against things that are weaker than them. Yeah. What a fucking moron life to live. Let's be serious. No. Oi, Mick. Boy, that was not directed at you, brother. It was not actually directed at anyone. It was actually just to let everyone know, because it's usually at these times when I'm being a little bit free, people get a little bit loose and start saying things, and they forget. They forget that we have women in the chat here, and they don't want to be hearing. Like, I know sometimes it sounds like I push it to the levels, but guys, like, how many times have you heard me even say the C word? I said it once before. Is the last time. I can't even remember the last time, but I always apologize for doing it. Why? Because we have women in the chat. We have respectable females in the chat that don't need to be hearing that shit. So bullying is a very large spectrum that affects everyone. I sometimes shapeshift into a bully hunter. I love it. I love it. Skinwalker Ranch. If you know, you know. I don't know if you guys know, But like, you know how I always talk about how I used to do ghost hunting in this? So I have another page, which was my first ever page on YouTube, which is called now Chaos Chronicles Clips. And so I actually have about 10 videos on there, which are like 2, 3, 4 hour videos of me ghost hunting live. So it is a vertical video. It's not like this one where it's in portrait. It's a vertical video. But guys, like, you guys will see that I used to do live ghost hunts and used to see the craziest fucking shit. And yeah, I think that and so I kept most of the good stuff. I've got a few stuff that's put away for rainy days. That I have a particular clip where I was at an abandoned 1760s sanitarium that over its time was a sanitarium. So the people from World War One used to go to this sanitarium. They were children between the ages of newborn to 15 years old that had tuberculosis. And so World War One and Two actually, so tuberculosis children used to go to this place, but its time it was a asylum and it also was a hospital. And so yeah, just the craziest shit fucking used to go on there. And like, I can't even tell you, this is how I started ghost hunting, right? I've always believed in the afterlife and I've always been a firm believer. And so this is exactly how it happened. I remember one day I was sitting in my office, just because, so what actually was going on is I have, give me 1 second. So this is my dog breeding page. So I still have an Instagram account in this name. But you seen my beautiful dog before. So this is how the social media all started. I started off with this profile, which is my breeding kennel name. I still have a registered breeding kennel, which is Platinum Outlaw Bullies. Obviously, I named that when I was a big tough bikie and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, right? So this is how the social media started. This is actually how it started. I was doing puppy content. I just had a set of pups. I had 3 American Bully XL. I had 2 American Bully XLs and I had a pocket bully. I still own these dogs, by the way. You guys only see 2 dogs because the other dogs will bite your fucking arm off, and they're not inside dogs. They are bite your face off dogs. If you come on my property, that is. So anyway, I swear to God, this is how it all came about. One day I was sitting in my office and I remember I was editing a video for my dogs, and my son came in and he said, "Oi, Dad, have a look at this." So I'm talking about my middle son, Bailey, Old Marupna Hospital, yes. So if you guys have a look at my videos, so I've got a lot of videos on there, but a lot of the ghost hunting were from the Old Marupna Hospital because I lived right near there. But anyway, so like I said, my son came in one day and he goes, "Dad, have a look at this," right? And I was like, what is it? And so he showed me TikTok. This was the first time I actually watched a TikTok video. I'd heard of TikTok. I was doing YouTube and Instagram at the time, right, for my dogs, under that name. Which is, if you guys didn't get that, Platinum Outlaw Bullies. I still have this YouTube page. So my actual Chaos Chronicles clip page was my Platinum Outlaw Bullies YouTube page, which is now Chaos Chronicles clips. But if you have a look on that page, I have. But anyway, this is how it started. I was sitting in my office. My son came in. He goes, "Have a look at this, Dad." And so what it was like a young 25-year-old girl was literally by herself going through an abandoned building in Melbourne, right? And so what was happening, obviously I'd seen YouTube, Instagram, all of that stuff, but I'd never seen anything like this, which was money gifted, right? And so my son said to me, and keep in mind, I was still a think at this time. Well, I mean, I was on paper, but I was on my way out. So, and my son comes in and he shows me, he's like, have a look at this, Dad, right? And so I open up my screen, I see this young girl on TikTok going through an abandoned building, and she had like 2,300 people in her live, right? Which is, I don't know if you guys know, but like that's insane amount of people on your live, right? Even on TikTok, that's massive amounts of people. And to me, it kind of like went over my head, yeah. But my son was like, Dad, he's like, see every time one of those pictures come up on the screen, and I was like, yeah, what the fuck are they? And he goes, that's money. I said, what do you mean? It's fucking pictures. What do you mean it's money? I didn't have any inclination of this type of shit on social media. And he said, that's money. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, every time you see one of those pictures come up on the screen, that is somebody sending that person who's doing this video money, right? And at the time, these things were coming up on the screen every fucking 5 seconds. I was like, what do you mean? I go, so every 5 seconds, that girl is getting money. And my son goes, yeah. And I go, no, that doesn't make sense to me. And so anyway, this is exactly what happened, right? So someone just said in the chat, did I do all my videos at the old Marutna Hospital? So this is exactly where it all started. So that I sat there and watched, right? And my son was saying to me, right, that gift is worth $80. That gift is worth $400. And I was like, what? And I was just tripping balls at how this girl was walking through an abandoned building, and like at this time I'm in my head working it out. Like I knew that gift was worth $80. I knew that gift was worth $400, and I knew that by the time I had come to the conclusion that this young girl had literally just made like $5,000 on TikTok in under an hour, right? And I was like, that is fucking crazy. I said to my son, right, like I've said before, right, I've always been spiritual. I've always like had an open mind and been very open to the spiritual world. I've had a lot of experiences before I started doing this shit. So this is exactly what happened. I said to my son, I said, tomorrow we're going to the abandoned Marutna Hospital. Now, keep in mind what I said. This used to be an insane asylum. This used to be a sanitarium, which was like where they used to send all these kids with tuberculosis. They actually had like in the hundreds of kids that died at that place, right? Like terrible stuff happened there. And then to find that there was actually a nurse there that was actually put on trial for killing patients, which the grey nurse. And so that was what they called this ghost. And we actually came very familiar with this fucking ghost, yeah? And so we went there, right? I said to my son, to me, like I said, I was still involved in bike clubs. I was on my way out, but I was still shifty fucker, you know? And I was like, Daddy, you can't make that money even illegally. I go, if that is how much money that girl is making just for going through an abandoned building. And in my head, I was like, imagine if I take these people to an abandoned building that is super haunted, which Marutna Abandoned Hospital is super fucking haunted, right? And so I was like, yep, this is the best idea, right? So we went there the next day. I created a TikTok account, and so what actually happens is at the time you had to have 1,000 subscribers, and so at the time they had these like follow for follow lives on TikTok where if you followed someone, they would followed you back. So if you followed 500 people, you were going to get 500 subscribers, right? Thank you, Gunny, you fucking legend. This is my Chaos Chronicles clips, which is so to find it, you just type in the exact same @ as this one that you're on now, and just type 2 at the end. Chaos Chronicles 2. But anyway, so we went to this place, and I had no equipment except for a torch and my phone, and we went there, and I was like I knew, right? Because we used to go there. We used to go there for like just for fun and for a laugh. And I actually went there a few times to do some photo shoots with my dogs. And so I knew recently that this place was like very rife with suspect activity going on there. So this is what happened. So I went the next day. How long has that been off for? Please tell me that has not been off the whole time. Can someone please tell me how long that has been off for? I didn't even. Oh, I fucking did. I moved it. Fuck. Nah, it's alright. I remember exactly when it turned off. When I fucking moved my microphone from there to there. Sorry, legends. Since Grey Nurse. Wow. Alright, so basically, so what happened was, so my second night I had 1,600 people. So I went from having 16 people to 1,600 people in 24 hours. So I times my it's so fucking hot in here now, by 1,000. And so, yeah, I just continued to go live. And, yeah, I literally, my first live, I had 16 people. My second live, I had 1,600. I turned it over by 1,000. I was literally making 1,000 subscribers every single day. It was fucking crazy. Yeah, and I just continued to go on. And then, so what actually happened was, people were joining my live and they were saying, sorry guys, I have to fucking, it is so fucking hot in here. So yeah, what actually started happening was people actually started joining my lives and started trying to unearth me and say that, you know that Biff's been in prison and all this shit, and like I'm here doing like paranormal lives, and people are saying, you know that Biff's a 1% of bikie, you know that Biff's spent most of his life in prison, which was all truth. It was all truth. And then literally I just had this like epiphany one day. I was like, you know what? If these fuckers are going to join my live every single day and try and like bring me undone, I'm just going to tell them, I'm going to tell all my supporters everything what everyone's telling me. And that's exactly how we are. Well, fuck me. Oh, is the air conditioner on, Ryder? It is fucking boiling in here. But yeah, that's exactly how we start this. And so, yeah, I just said to myself, you know what? If you guys are going to come on here and tell people bullshit lies about me, I'm just going to come on here and trump every story that you tell with the reality, which was always 100 times more crazier than the people were telling me. And then people just like gravitated to my positivity and like my constant never letting people put me down. Like I just took this stand and I was like, you motherfuckers can come on here and say what you want about me. I promise you the truth that I tell them is going to be 100 times worse than any of you can ever say about me. And I mean, that's worked out to be the absolute truth. We've had many people come on here to try and like make me sound like I am worse than what I am. But the truth is, the absolute stories and truth that I've told makes me sound 1,000 times worse than anyone ever tried to make me sound. And I guess that's why we are today, because I am very honest. I am very transparent. There is no grey area with me. It is either black or white, and there's no two ways about it. Who's PC? What do you mean? Are you talking about, are you asking me? Are you asking me whose PC am I using? Well, like, here's the truth. I don't know which one you're talking about when it comes to PCs. Like, I really don't know. Have we got door number 1? That PC? Or have we got door number 2? That PC? Or that Rick and Morty Xbox? And the answer to that question, sir, is they are all mine. Every single part of that equipment, what I've just showed, as a matter of fact, let's just take a 360 around that. If you guys haven't seen, look at that. How good's my fucking, look at that. That's what my wall looks like. I designed all this myself. Here's the truth. Most of this stuff came from Temu. That stuff, anyway. But yeah, every single thing that you can see in front of you has come from hard work, dedication, and confidence. Every single part of it. Even this aerosol duster. And if you don't have an aerosol duster, where have you been? Sorry, I know that was so loud. What about that? Give me one moment. I'm going to show you guys that. Give me a second. I'm going to put some music on for you guys to vibe to for a second while I show you guys. It doesn't stop there. Oi, did you fucking hear that? What was that? I swear, right? So I don't show it very often, but I actually have a Ouija board and my plectrum, which is only another 10 meters that way. And so my son, who is also probably a sensitive, has been saying to me for the last month, he's like, Dad, please stop bringing your fucking paranormal shit inside. And I'm like, Ryder, I promise you, like, being in here with me, like, and with me knowing what I know. Now, trust me, guys, like, I literally burn white sage. I fucking, like, I'm that dude who's like burning, I'm going down the fucking Willie supermarket. I am buying white sage. I am fucking tying it up in cotton fucking strings. I'm putting it out the backyard, waiting for it to dry so I can actually do proper smudging. I know what I'm doing, guys. I know what I'm doing. I actually have worked with some of the best paranormal guys in the world. But, oi, did anyone just fucking hear that? To me, it sounded like one of my pictures fell off. Now, if you guys know that, so, for like, I don't know, maybe 6 lives in a row, that fucking nun picture there fell off and kept falling off. So when I heard that noise, I actually thought it was the nun picture falling off again. But there's nothing. What the fuck was that? Like, legit, what was that? Yeah, give me a moment, right? I'm just going to chuck a song on for you legends. So keep in mind, every single one of these songs, although they are made with Suno, which is AI, all right, stab me, fucking punch me, hit me with a bat, whatever. It's not your average music, but I wrote the words for every single one of these songs. So if you guys don't believe me, I can sit here and write poetry for you and show you what my poetry skills are like. But know that when you are listening to one of these songs, unless it is the Standing in the Spotlight song, Reverend Country, Reverend, or Pecking Order, which are songs that are like, so Reverend is Pantera's Cemetery Gate song that I made into a blues song, and Standing in the Spotlight is a Garth Brooks song that I made into a happy song. Let's play that one. Give me one moment.
Standing in
Standing
the spotlight on such a perfect
day.
knowing
Knowing that you're out there listening.
I remember
One time
when I was
I
so
was so
afraid,
afraid.
didn't think I had the courage to stand up on the stage. Then you reached into my heart and you found the melodies. And if there ever was somebody who made me believe in me, it was you. It was you. It was your song that made me sing. It was your voice that gave me wings. And it was your light that shined, guiding my heart to find this place where I belong. It was your song. Every night I pray before the music starts to play, that I'll do my best and I won't let you down. And for all the times I've stood here, this feeling feels brand new. And anytime I doubt myself, I think of you. 'Cause it was your song that made me sing. It was your voice that gave me wings. And it was your light that shined, guiding my heart to find this place where I belong. It was your song. Dreams can come true with God's great angels like you. It was your song that made me sing. It was your voice that gave me wings. And it was your light that shined, guiding my heart to find this place where I belong. It was your song. It was your song. It's always been your song.
All right. We're about to do an MTV Cribs. Fuck me. I have been live since 9 o'clock. 5 hours, 1 minute, and 10 seconds. What the fuck? Oh, guys, it's been a long time since we've done live like this. I love that. Holy shit. I'm supposed to be going to fucking Melbourne today. Yeah, I better jump off soon. Get some sleep. But yeah, it's actually more important for me to do an MTV Cribs for you, so just bear with me. I have Bluetooth lighting that needs to be just right. So I said to you guys, right? I don't drink very often, but last time I did drink, yes, I'm having. Since everyone said that, well, it was only one person. I was like, it's Thursday night, I'm gonna have a drink. But anyway, so last time that I drank, I actually maybe drank a little bit too much, if I'm honest, and I bought so much fucking art, which is why we've got so many pictures around here. I bought framed art, I bought unframed art, I bought fucking figurines, I bought fucking blow up balloon graffiti fucking dogs. I bought graffiti bears with fucking Ned Kelly guns in their waist. I bought fucking Sesame Street looking fucking weirdos, graffiti fucks. Anyway, moving on. Anyway, give me a second. Yeah, thank you, Genio Mirabella, for your Bluetooth lighting app that really sets the mood. Not that I have to set the mood very often, but it definitely sets the mood. Alright, I feel like my wall looks naked because I stole this. I need to just quickly put this back up before I show you guys my room. Ah! Fuck off. Alright, come with me on an adventure. Oh, you're lucky that thing is not a real hand grenade. Because, like, seriously, I literally dropped that thing 4 times alive. So, for all the Mr. Plods watching, this is a fucking 3D printed. Oh, fuck, that's probably, you can't even say that now because they make guns. This is not a real hand grenade. This is a 3D printed fake one. Who fucking knows? It's 2026. You can probably make 3 fucking D printed real hand grenades these days. Who knows? It's probably enough to get Biff. Oh, fuck. See what I mean? Make that 12 times alive. Why can't you be, like, seriously, like, chilling right next to you is this guy. Why can't you be just, like, chilling out like the lens and not fucking start any trouble and have to fall up everywhere across my fucking studio? Alright, so, for those of you, fuck, seriously. Alright, so if you can see there, which you probably can't, that's my room. As you can see, yes, I have a Chaos Chronicles bed. Hang on, let's change the lighting. I thought that was going to be a little bit podcast friendly, but obviously not. Oh, give me a moment. Oh, I didn't even fucking touch anywhere near that then, and that just fell over. Oi, Ryder. Fuck. Oh, yeah, that's what I was doing. Changing my lighting. Give me a moment here. No, don't need that. I'm just going to have to type it on. All right, MTB cribs. It's like MTV Biff cribs. I just want to show you my blanket. How good's my blanket? I wish I could actually show you. So, I've figured out how to record and everything via Bluetooth. I just don't think that I can stream via Bluetooth. Maybe that's something we have to sort out, Gunny. Maybe if you can help me. But I know that you're busy over the next few days. Maybe sometime at the start of next week, we can figure out how to Bluetooth stream off this beast right here. So I've figured out how to use it for Bluetooth recording. Yeah. Right, give me a moment. I'm just going to show you guys. So last time someone asked, all right. So last time someone asked. So I said that I bought so much art. I'm just going to bring it all out in one go. There you go. All right. So, where did you even get that many, you dickhead? All right. So, obviously, that's a different style. That's actually an Asian design artist, whatever. I don't fucking know. I don't care. All I know is I love them. So is that one. And then we got this one here, which is also Asian. That's the Asian one. You can really tell the difference between the Asian style and the not Asian style. Oh, hang on. Asian style. I literally have this shit all over my house. I actually really love them, but one night, like I said before, I was drinking, and I don't drink very often, and I bought like, do you know what? It was like Christmas when because I've got Australia Post app, and so when the notification showed up on my Australia Post app that I had a parcel coming, I was like, I thought one of you legends had sent me a parcel, because you guys often do that, like absolute legends. Well, it turns out that when you're drunk, you shouldn't actually buy pictures. Anyway. Oh, fuck, I just hit myself in the eye. And then we got this one here. Do you know what I mean? You can really tell the difference between the Asian ones and not Asian. One more. Do you know what? I actually really surprised myself on many levels that night, actually, that I let myself get that drunk. But, like, I'm usually pretty sensible. Like, I'm also not someone who would generally, like, buy lots and lots of things online. Yeah, I don't know what happened that night, but I swear to God. So all of these pictures that I've just showed you and every other picture that you can see around me, which let me just fucking give you guys a recap. Like, there's so much. And, like, that thing there is actually a mat. That's actually not a picture. That's a mat. Let me show you here. There you go. That's actually a mat. Then we've got all of those fuckers there. Well, as a matter of fact, if you know your shoes, that's actually one of the rarest pairs of Nikes right there. So, those Nikes right there don't have any shoelaces. You actually... Oh, fuck. Alright, so, let's just have a quick fucking run through here. A few legends. Alright, so, these Nikes here, you put them on your feet. No shoelaces, yeah? Put them on your feet, you're like, fuck yeah, bang. You do that, that tightens up your shoelaces, and then when you want to loosen them, you just go, push. Hear that noise? That's them releasing. This is actually one of the rarest pair of Nikes that there is, and I have a pair. Brand spanking new, evidently. I actually have worn them around the house. Boy, one of my pictures just fell off the fucking wall and I seen it. I think I might have to burn some more fucking white sage and some fucking Palo Santo. Do you know what? I actually even love my little shelves. Look at these little beasts. I love them because, like, I don't know, they're just dripping. They're shelves, but they're dripping. Anyway, that's where I keep my shoes. But I'll tell you what, legends. I seem to be fucking knocking figurines over every 5 minutes. Pictures are literally flying off my wall. I think I better jump off live. I've been on for 5 hours, 15 minutes and 31 seconds. And this has been an absolute cracking live, legends. Let's fucking not get it twisted here. Well, if you keep it up, I'm going to get a fucking Temu screen, and I'm not even joking. I know you're a good screen. Don't do that, or I'll get a Temu screen and you can nick off. I want to get sponsored by Temu. I love Temu. Do you know why? Because there's only a few places you can buy 3D printed hand grenades, and they all go like this. Temu, Wish, fucking AliExpress, Alibaba, Amazon, the American one, not the Australian one, because they like don't break the law. Don't worry, legends. I'm not jumping off just yet. I can't. I'm very OCD. Yeah, I can't jump off at 5 hours and 16 minutes. It's got to be an even number. I can't do it. My brain just says, nah, fucking can't do it. Oh, I'll be fucked, but if I know where I put that photo of Rhonda's before I wanted to put up on my wall, I walked out there with it. Hang on, wait, I've got an idea. Expecto Patronum. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Oh yeah, that's my Harry Potter wand. I've actually got every character's wand that has a wand. They're just not all on display here. What else you up there? Well, that's where you pick your roll actually. I mean, they're not for everyone, but yeah, there you go, whatever. I've got a Rolex, I don't fucking wear the cunt. Well, actually, look at that. I'm actually missing 2 fucking links. Yeah. True story. King Street fighting, broke me Rolex. Not even joking. Lost my Rolex, fucked off home, hated my life. I was like, I just lost my Rolex, which was a gift from my mum. And then I swear to God, 2 days later, I was sitting at home and I got a phone call saying, answer your phone, you dickhead. I was like, don't talk to me like that. He's like, oh, I found your fucking Rolex. I was like, no, you didn't. Yes, you fucking did. I'm actually embarrassed. If I'm honest, I'm actually a little bit embarrassed of the shit I used to wear, if I'm honest. Look at the bevel. That's how long since I've worn it. It's fucking putrid. Well, actually, do you know what? It's actually embarrassing that I used to wear this shit. But you can guarantee it, I never ever. I've got another watch somewhere, and it's broken as well. But the bevel's broken as well. Every fucking watch I ever owned that was expensive, I fucking broke from fighting. No exception here. Huh. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you something right now. If someone ever tries to tell you that they've got a real gold fucking... If someone ever tries to tell you that they've got a real gold watch, you can always tell if it's real by the sound, yeah? Real gold is a very different sound. Costume jewelry does not make, you know what I mean? It is one of the number one ways you can tell that someone's wearing a fake watch if you can't test it. The sound is very, very particular. And as you can see, it's the same for this fucker. Know what I mean? Costume jewelry is very clangy and fucking shit. Oh, you know what? I fucking love G-Shock watches. I actually love G-Shock watches. Biff, do you think an attachment is near you? So, Evie, I'll tell you something, right? And here's the truth. I am believed to have a constant attachment. I am, if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. So anyone that is like that has spent a certain amount of time with me always says the same thing, that they believe that I have an attachment. And so, like, I can't even argue with that, right? I can't even argue with that. I lived a life so far on the other end of the spectrum of evilness that, yeah, I don't know. I also think that, like, it's kind of like a reality check for me too, if that makes sense. Like, so sometimes, like, say for instance, right, like before I was like, four, when the fucking picture come flying off the wall, right? That picture's like, if I could have constant cameras in my house, it would blow people's minds. But I am that used to it. My children are that used to it. But like, here's the truth. I honestly believe that. I think that maybe I have an attachment from my previous life, without saying any more. Oi, do you know what? The real Wayno, I don't mind a good Swatch watch too. If you guys know watches, so Swatch made a couple of good gold bezel watches that were really fucking good. I'm not big on watches now, so I wouldn't know what watches are what now. Like, obviously, I know about like fucking um, what is it? Fucking Autocorrect, and I know about the um, fuck. Now I can't even think of the name of the fucking things. They don't look like they're that expensive. Um, a Richard Mill. So you can't tell me, like, like, say for instance, when you're looking in the window, like, I don't know, I love watches, yeah. So I look at like the timepiece website and shit like that. So for me, if you look at the Rolex website, you know you're going to get a quality watch, right? So when you're buying Rolex, you know where. Do you know what I mean? Like, they just are pretty fucking mad. But like, if you go to like the Rolex page, you know what you're getting. You know what you're looking at. You know what you're buying. You know what you're getting. I don't understand how the Richard Milles. If you ask me, like, a Richard Mille looks like. I don't even like the bevel that much. Like, like, once again, like, I would not wear this shit today. Yeah, I think it's embarrassing. But like, knowing watches, I think that like Richard Milles, I don't know, they look very toy. Do you know what I mean? Like, they have a very G-Shock feel about them. Now, don't get me wrong, I love G-Shock watches, but like, they don't have $20,000. Well, actually, that's a lie. They have one. G-Shocks can get really expensive. Yeah, no, you're right. That's actually why I just corrected myself. I remember there was a time when G-Shock, yeah. Do you know what's mad though? So if you guys, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the inside of a Rolex, but if you guys have seen the inside of a Rolex, it's actually something to be seen. So every single Rolex has got, like, look, I don't pretend to know fucking big words, and I don't, but each single Rolex has its own turnstiles, like I don't know what it's called, the insides of them, And so every single Rolex is weighted equally with rubies. So you can tell if your Rolex is a real one or a fake one because every single Rolex is weighted equally with rubies. And so some of the even expensive ones have diamonds in the inside of the bezel as well. But my mum, so my mum has got a female 2003 date just, I think. So if you guys know, it's the model that was 100% gold. It wasn't gold and silver like this one. Yeah. I always like tag watches. You know what? Like I said, like I was never big on watches, anything. I probably have bought 3 expensive watches my whole life. But yeah, I'm not always not big on them. I swear it's that hot in here. I've got my aircon cranking. I've got my fan blowing on me. Yeah, I am going to be jumping off in about 2 minutes, guys. So Richard Mills, millions, 100%. I don't understand it. I don't understand it, Steve. I don't get it. Like I don't like even the I don't even know how to say it. The auto picket. But you know the one I'm talking about. And so many like rappers and that claim that they have this watch, but they literally only made like 5 of them or something, which makes them all look like fools. But yeah, I always loved a tag watch actually, because to me, right? So where I grew up in housing commission, until I was older, Rolexes and stuff like that was not very common. Like obviously a lot of the older dudes and stuff had watches, but you never really paid any attention to it. But I remember like the dudes in my area having tag watches, and I remember the tag watches like being just a little bit better than the Swatch watches or the Swiss watches, like the brand Swiss. Can I send you some more satanic done at work? Yeah, I mean, fuck yeah, if you want to, yeah. But yeah, please don't send me any fucking please don't send me any super fucking spiritual demon shit that's gonna like do my head in. I am quite spiritual, but like, yeah, I'm very open. Whatever. But yeah, thank you, legends. What the fucking hell? This has right now, let's go, boof, 5 hours and 30-minute stream, which means we have been going since 9 p.m. last night. It's been a long time since we've done a live like this. And yeah, absolute cracking live. You guys are absolute legends. And yeah, it's never ever a dull moment on these lives. And yeah, also, if you guys haven't seen the sign on the wall, please do not lick the walls. It's a very important sign. Just in case you guys didn't see that, please do not lick the walls. Yeah, if you guys have ever been to the Peel, you'll understand why that sign is like that. That's why they have signs like that today, because of the Peel and the elephant and wheelbarrow. Don't lick the walls. Anyway, legends, I'm JD. I will be in touch over the next couple of days, JD. Absolute legends. Fucking butters. Gados. Legends. Bluetooth it. I got down to me singlet and all tonight, guys. You got me fucking all fucking comfortable in that. Down to me singlet and all. Anyone would think I'm fucking covered in tattoos. Look. What? As if I got all my tattoos in prison anyway. Whatever. Anyway, check out the forearm muscles. Just got to say, ready? Bush. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Where are you, Jeff Jarrett? I'll fucking take him on. I'm fucking 2 fucking Hayakitsu's in. I will take you on, Jeff Jarrett. All right, legends. We are out of here. Absolute fucking legendary live. You guys are absolute legends. Thank you. Absolute awesome to see some of the people coming back. Evie, you absolute legend. Yeah. Thank you guys. You guys are absolute legends. I could not do this without you. And another absolutely cracking live. And yeah, as you guys know, I did say a week ago there's only 28 days in this month. How I know that is because it's my birthday tomorrow, and I will be fucking 33. No, I'll be 43. But anyway, yeah, absolute cracking live. It's been a long time since we've done a 5-hour live, but there you go, 5-hour live, absolute cracking live, legends. All right, legends, we're out. And as always, legends, don't do drugs and crime and you won't end up in prison. And as always, thank you guys. But 7 p.m. tomorrow night, there will be a video. There's only 2 more days in February. So like I said, I'm dropping a video every day to the end of February. So 7 p.m. if you tune in, you will catch one of my videos. All right, legends, we out. Thank you guys for an absolute legendary live. I'll tell you what, you know you're doing something well when you can do a fucking 5.5 hour live and you keep the same number of people in your live the whole time and it continues to go up. We're doing something right here, legends. But